Welcome, everyone. Just a reminder, we're about to get started. And we did just drop some information in the chat box that you can refer to. So welcome, everyone, to the Cleanup in Vulnerable Communities Initiative's Student Internship Research Symposium. We're really excited to have you all here, so thank you for joining us. My name is Kit Sandhu, and I'm the Workforce Development Program Coordinator here at the Department of Toxic Substances Control. I just wanted to, again, welcome you all and let you know that I'll be the moderator for the next 2 days. This symposium will be a platform for students to share their research on vulnerable communities, raise awareness on environmental issues in their communities, and provide perspectives and recommendations from their research. So we're really excited to be engaging with the audience and test your knowledge and interest on topics using polls periodically during our time together. The internship has provided interns with practical experience in working in their area of study. They've provided great opportunities here for us, along with participating in outreach in qualitative research from vulnerable communities, and have expanded their professional networks with our local, state, government employers, as well as nonprofits. It's been a mutually beneficial experience for us here at DTSC, for staff mentors especially. And we will hear later today how they have been enriched by their opportunity to mentor. Just as a reminder, today will be the first session of the symposium, and it'll be from 1 to 4 p.m. In the chat, you do have access to the agenda panel and panel information. Also, if you're not able to attend the full symposium, we will have another session tomorrow on Friday, May 31st. Again, tomorrow morning from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Housekeeping, as for the symposium guidelines, I just want you to know that you will be recorded. For the purpose of this meeting, you may be muted to prevent background noise, and the chat feature will be used to distribute information. The webinar is about the Cleanup in Vulnerable Community Initiative Student Internship Research Symposium, so we will not be able to address other topics at this time. In terms of closed captioning, they will be available. Automated closed captions have been enabled. You can turn them off by clicking the CC icon or moving the captions box. So please refer to the bar on your Zoom window. We will be having a Q&A session after each student intern's presentation. The Q&A feature within your Zoom will be used to accept questions to be read during the Q&A sessions. If you would like to ask a verbal question, you will be prompted to raise your hand when we open up for questions. When it is your turn, we will call on your name and unmute you. For those on the phone, you can raise your hand by dialing *9, and then after your name is called, dial *6 to unmute yourself. And I'll provide those instructions again when we go to our first Q&A session. So what is CVCI? CVCI stands for the Cleanup in Vulnerable Communities Initiative. It is a multi-year investment in communities across California that suffer from multiple sources of contamination. And this is one of our boldest environmental justice budget initiatives in California history. So I'm, as I mentioned, the Workforce Development Program Coordinator, and that is just one of 6 programs under CVCI. We were able to launch our first internships this past November, and I'm so excited to introduce our interns for this cohort. Starting from the top here, we have Joshua Bucks. Joshua is a 4th-year senior student majoring in environmental studies at Sacramento State University. She's applied and expanded her skills and learned throughout college and picked up some new ones while helping out vulnerable communities. In her downtime, she likes to explore the coast, new places, new foods, tinker around with her camera, and read, especially in the company of her 2 cats, Billy and Ian. Next, we have Ulysses Ortega, also known by Yuli. He's a UC Santa Barbara 5th-year student. He's a senior and he's majoring in geology and minoring in spatial studies. Again, at UC Santa Barbara. I'm a little biased. I'm an alum, but he interned with DTSC because he wants to pursue a career in public service, working for a state or federal agency. And he's been an earth science major for 5 years, has been really passionate about the environment, and he's interested in learning how the state protects it. In his free time, he likes to enjoy building computers, playing video games, baking, and hiking. Next, we have Cassandra at the top right. Cassandra is our 2nd-year pre-engineering student from Imperial Valley College in Imperial, California. She plans to transfer to a 4-year college and pursue a degree in mechanical engineering. The internship has helped gain her network, gain work experience, and also has helped her be a part of a group that is dedicated to promoting public health, community engagement, and supporting local economies. In her free time, she likes to enjoy working with her dad to create designs and transfer them to objects. The tools of her craft are the Cricut machine that cuts and designs materials, sublimation printing, and making shirt and tumbler designs on a heat press. Our second row, we'll start off with our fourth intern here, Chandra Sena, also known as Chandu Kati. He's our 3rd-year student, and he's a junior at Sac State University, majoring in computer science. He's conducted research that helps vulnerable communities while also practicing his technical skills by providing support and managing databases. In his downtime, he enjoys playing ping pong with his friends. And, I apologize. I jumped a little there. And our 5th intern is Juliet Mendoza, also goes by Jules. And Jules is also from Sacramento State University, also recently graduated. And I apologize, I just need a second here. Enjoys gaining skills with the research that they conducted. They've enjoyed meeting and working with like-minded people in their free time. They like to be a drag performer. They also like to alter used clothing and make them unique by airbrushing, patchworking, and upcycling them. So honestly, that's such a great environmental use of time, and I wish I was better at sewing. They also like to roller skate. And last but not least is Tyler Smith, who is our 1st-year graduate student from UCLA's Masters of Public Health program. This internship has helped him draw connections between the classroom and help them gain real-world knowledge. In his free time, he likes to enjoy reading, spending time with his 2 needy cats, and also enjoying the great outdoors. So I'm really excited to have you all here to see their presentations over the next couple of days. We'll be going into also our staff mentors who we would not be able to really complete this internship without their support. These DTSC staff have volunteered their time this past year, and I just wanted to take a moment to thank our DTSC mentors for their time and experience, especially for coaching our students throughout this internship. We have Jamal Jaffer, who's working as an environmental scientist, along with Naomi Rawl, Catherine Meyer, and Stephen Wong. They're all environmental scientists that actually work for our site mitigation and restoration program. So thank you all. And then also, I kind of wanted to just do a quick introduction of our panelists. We have Farouk Ahmed, who is our senior hazardous substances engineer. We have Alyssa Dunko, who's an environmental scientist. And we have Dr. Valerie Hanley, who's our senior toxicologist at SCP. We also have Robert Krug, who's our senior environmental scientist as well. And last but not least is Tracy Fuerte. I'm going to actually hand this off to Tracy to give us a warm welcome to our speaker.
Thank you, Kit, for the opportunity to introduce Dr. Williams. Dr. Williams has served as the director of the California Department of Toxic Substance Control since December 2019, where she has shaped new policies to improve DTSC's transparency and accountability. She champions equity and inclusive processes for the department's decision-making to protect California's most vulnerable communities. Dr. Williams joined DTSC in 2013 to lead the implementation of California's groundbreaking Safer Consumer Products to reduce toxic chemicals in consumer products. Before joining the department, Dr. Meredith Williams held leadership positions in the technology sector and for nonprofit San Francisco Estuary Institute, a nationally recognized Center for Science and Support of Aquatic Resource Management. Let's have a warm welcome for Dr. Meredith Williams.
Thank you, Tracy, and thank you everyone who's joining us today. It's great to see this turnout. I know you're all excited for the next 2 days and getting to hear about the projects, hear about this experience that our interns have had. So I want to extend a warm welcome to all the DTSC staff, and hopefully some guests from the public who are joining this showcase of the research projects of our very first cohort of student interns as part of our Cleanup in Vulnerable Communities initiative. Before talking specifically about the internship program, I wanted to take a minute to talk about the importance of Cleanup in Vulnerable Communities initiative, what it means, what its intent is, because everything that the interns have done is really in support of this larger vision around how we do cleanups and how we can protect the most vulnerable within the state. Cleanup in Vulnerable Community Initiative came about when we were trying to address longstanding challenges that the department had. And the 3 principles that were part of that conversation were transparency, accountability, and fiscal responsibility. And one of the biggest things that came out of that was that we got the department on sounder financial footing for the first time in decades. There was a board of environmental safety that was established. And so there's transparency, there's accountability. And the Cleanup in Vulnerable Communities initiative was a wonderful counterpart to that because it really put front and center, who do we serve? What are we here for? And if we look at the legacy of everything from redlining to, well, so much flows from redlining in terms of discriminatory policies that led to placement of hazardous waste facilities or harmful industries in the communities who are largely communities of color. And so the Cleanup in Vulnerable Communities initiative has multiple prongs that are really focused on all of the different things that we need to do to protect those, whether that's cleaning up the sites that are in those communities or providing resources so that communities can better understand the technical aspects of how to negotiate the public comment period and how to engage with the department so that their voices are heard and really have the impact that we need them to have as we make our decisions, as we deliberate about many of our activities. So the program has been up and running since that effort, and we are now fortunate to have 6 interns in our first Cleanup in Vulnerable Communities initiative. I'm going to say CVCI from here on out. And just talk, these are interns that really represent the breadth of communities who the department serves. All of our interns have roots in vulnerable communities: Kern County, Imperial, Tulare, San Joaquin, and Sacramento counties. These are counties that have very vulnerable populations. The challenges, the environmental challenges they face and the environmental protections these communities need are quite varied. They're not all the same. Nevertheless, the need to make sure that they're being served is a constant. The research that the interns conducted was designed specifically to benefit these and other vulnerable communities within California. It was as we started with a blank sheet of paper and said, what is this program going to look like? The internship program was the result of a collaborative effort between two of our programs, our Office of Environmental Equity and our Site Mediation and Restoration program. And these two programs worked together to craft an experience for the interns that we thought would be valuable. The interns were guided by 4 volunteer mentors. You saw those names on a slide a few minutes ago, and those folks really helped them with their projects over the course of the school year. DTSC values mentorship and fostering a culture and community of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so a mentor can be an invaluable resource, especially navigating an organization. It's a big bureaucratic organization. It's a very technical organization. And so having a mentor who can help provide that guidance and support and the tools that are needed so that the interns could reach their full potential and get the most out of their experience here. So my hat's off to all of the mentors who helped create this experience. And when I was thinking about mentors, it even sent me to the interwebs to check out a few people who had mentored me over the years. I thought about Jolie Chizevsky, who was one of my professors when I was undergraduate, or Dale Perry, or a gentleman named Luciano Morone. And Luciano, I still quote Luciano Morone. He was one of my earliest manager and mentored me from day one. And he, for instance, he always said that no decisions that we make are as important as our hiring decisions. And, you know, he couldn't have been more right. And he told me that within the first week that I worked with him. And I can't say enough about people who take that time to spend with folks, no matter where they are in their career trajectory, and help bring folks along. And let's face it, if you are from one of these vulnerable communities, I'm guessing you don't necessarily have a leg up. And so if we can support you to be successful, that's what this is all about. The Workforce Development Program and all of DTSC is grateful to the DTSC staff that volunteered their time to speak with the interns over the course of their projects and to provide support with their respective projects and offer some career guidance. So to our interns, who are the focus of these 2 days in the symposium, you are the next potential generation of environmentalists, activists, stewards of environmental protection. I had a chance just to say a quick hello to 3 of you. You're at various stages in your career. Some of you are still moving through your undergrad. Some of you have just graduated, congratulations, and are even working at the postgraduate level. And it's wonderful to see that range of experience and to be able to support you as you move through your process. Our goal was to be able to help you prepare to enter the workforce in public health or in environmental protection sectors. And your work is that much more impressive because you're in challenging STEM fields and somehow you're managing full-time college course loads. At the same time, you're working for DTSC part-time. And I know that we heard a little bit about some of the activities that you're interested in. And so you're managing to do that even when you have extracurriculars. So my hats are off to you. My former colleague, he's retired now, Carl Palmer, no matter when he was having a bad day, if he had a chance to talk to some students or some younger staff, he got excited. And there's a reason for that. There's a reason we all get excited because we know what the challenges are that we're facing as we move forward in terms of environmental protection, in terms of righting some of the wrongs of history, environmental injustices that we need to tackle and need to address head on. And it gives us heart when we see that folks have made this commitment, are interested in doing the work, and come with the talent that you have and that you've brought to this work and that will be highlighted and showcased over the next 2 days. We're proud to host DTSC. As an organization, we're proud to host the symposium and have a panel of subject matter experts to lead our question and answer sessions, to get the most out of your presentation and hear more about what you've learned over your experience. I thank everyone for giving me the opportunity to take a few minutes and sit in on the symposium and welcome you all again to what is sure to be an exciting event. Thank you.
A great speech, and we really appreciate your time. I just wanted to start off our presentations today. We'll be starting with Chandu Kati, and so I will pass the baton over to Chandu. When you're ready, Chandu.
So my name is Chandu Kati, and I am a computer science major at Sac State. And my partner is Yuli Artiega, and he's a geology major at UC Santa Barbara. And unfortunately, today he could not make it, so I'll be presenting for the both of us. And we both started working as interns for the CVCI, or Cleanup in Vulnerable Communities Initiative, back in November. And the title of my research, or our research project, is Microbial Fuel Cells, Analyzing an Emerging Bioremediation Technique. And so before I go into this presentation, I'm just going to inform you that the information that I present today is based on the research that I've conducted during my time as an intern for DTSC. And I've conducted my research from an outside view as a public citizen and does not reflect DTSC's position or views. My personal views and my opinions are reflected in the research material that I'm about to share with you this afternoon. Okay, so before I go into everything, let's take a moment to look at our agenda for today. So in the background section, I'll be talking about general remediation that's common in the field. I'm going to go on to introducing bioremediation and what microbial fuel cells are and how they work. And then I'm also going to be talking about my target chemical, which is chromium-6. And in the methods section, I'll talk about how Yuli and I gathered information on remediation, microbial fuel cells, and chromium. And then in the results section, we'll be analyzing everything. And then in the conclusion and implications, we'll be kind of going into what these findings mean. And so in the background, as I mentioned, we're just going to go over remediations, bioremediation, and chromium. And so currently there are two categories of remediations used, and they can be split up into in situ and ex situ. So in situ remediation means that the remediation is done on site without excavating the contaminated soil or pumping out the contaminated groundwater. And some examples, which I'll be going over later, are activated carbon injections, chemical reduction, and soil vapor extraction. And then for ex situ, it means that the treatment, it means that the soil and contaminated groundwater have been removed off-site, and they're going to be treated properly or removed off-site. And some examples of that is dig and dump and pump and treat. And so now that we got a little introduction into like the different categories of remediation, I'm going to talk about something more specific, which is bioremediation. And it's a natural process that utilizes natural biological agents such as microbials and plants and bacteria to clean up contaminated soil and water on site. So this is in situ, not ex situ. And bioremediation is a promising alternative because there's no need for costly machinery or specialized chemicals to clean up the environment. And by using bioremediation, we can promote the restoration of the ecosystems. And so here I have like a small picture of, or a big picture of how bioremediation generally works. So on the left, we have the contaminated environment, and by introducing or injecting microbes into that environment, we can break down these contaminants and promote the environment. So on the right, we just see the contaminated environment fully recovered. And so after understanding what bioremediation is and why it's important, Yuli and I found a new and interesting bioremediation technique that's known as microbial fuel cells, which is a type of bioremediation that uses bacteria to break down contaminants while also simultaneously producing electricity with its battery-like structure. And many different types of microbial fuel cells are single cell, dual cell, and stack microbial fuel cells. On the right, or on the left, we have a example of how a dual cell microbial fuel cell looks like. And on above it, we have some of the reactions that happen within it. And I'll be going over that in the next slide when I present you guys a video. So how do microbial fuel cells work?
So what we're gonna do, and I apologize, Chandu, technical difficulties happen. So what we'll do on our end is we'll drop the video in the chat and people can watch on their own. But you can continue with your next slide.
Okay, so now that, well, I guess like I was gonna go into this slide talks about a chemical that microbial fuel cells can be used on. And chromium-6 is a chemical that is out there and contaminating soil and groundwater. And so let's try to understand what some of the health and environmental risks are. So exposure to chromium-6 through skin contact or ingestion for all living organisms can cause severe health issues such as dermatitis, organ damage, and increased cancer risk. And it's also non-biodegradable. So it's very persistent in the environment, and it poses a risk to both plant and living animals. So it will stay in the environment for over a long time. And so why did we choose chromium? So when we looked at DTSC's EnviroStore, which is a database management system for tracking DTSC's cleanup and regulation of hazardous waste sites, it was a surprise to us that around 500 sites were contaminated with chromium and chromium-6 and 3. And with the help of DTSC, 134 of those sites are being actively cleaned up right now. And we chose chromium as our target chemical because we saw that microbial fuel cells showed promise when breaking it down. And we also saw the impact of chromium throughout California, which I'll show on the next slide. So here we have a graph illustrating the average concentration of chromium in drinking water throughout California from the State Water Resource Control Board. And the data is extracted from community water systems from the year 2012 to 2022. And an interesting fact is that as of last year, the State Water Board started the formal rulemaking process for establishing a drinking limit of about 10 microliters or micrograms per liter. And this means that the highest concentration of contaminant that's allowed in drinking water is 10 micrograms per liter. And so that kind of leads us into our polling question, which will be displayed shortly. But the question is, do you see your community impacted by chromium-6? Okay, so as you can see, 75% of the people said yes. And so it's kind of it shows the impact that chromium has on everybody's communities. And so that's why breaking it down or doing remediation is very important. And so that kind of leads into our hypothesis. And we saw that microbial fuel cells were very fascinating to us because of the fact that they produce electricity while breaking down contaminants. And so we believe that in the future, with more research, microbial fuel cells can be used as a main bioremediation method. And as of right now, they have a large potential for significant advancement and improvement. And so how did we conduct our research? So our research focus was to understand both microbial fuel cells and some common traditional remediation methods And before I go into more in depth, how we kind of understood what some common traditional remediation techniques were that we conducted interviews with professionals, and we'd read through EPA community guides to understand the processes and to understand like a more in-depth to get a more in-depth understanding of both microbial fuel cells and common remediations. We went through research papers as well as instructional content such as the YouTube video that was posted in the chat. And so now let's summarize some of the findings that we found on microbial fuel cells and the remediations. And so, as I previously mentioned, the two most common ex situ remediation methods are dig and dump and pump and treat. So dig and dump is mainly allows immediate evacuation and removal of the contaminant, but it comes with a high cost because the equipment is very expensive and it's very inefficient if the soil is in a hard to reach place or under very impenetrable areas, I guess. And then pump and treat is a well-established and effective method for treating contaminated groundwater. And how it works is that groundwater is pumped off-site and it's transported to one of these wastewater treatment facilities. But the main con with pump and treat is that the contaminant might dissolve or might dissolve into the soil and around the water aquifer. And even after the water is pumped out, the contaminant might resurface. So it just requires additional testing and remediation. And so some in situ remediations are chemical reduction, activated carbon injections, and soil vapor extraction. So chemical reduction is using specialized chemicals to convert contaminants into a less harmful version. And in this specific case, chemical reduction will work on chromium-6, and it will break it down into a into chromium-3, which is a less harmful version. And it's very ineffective if the water is flowing slowly. And what this means is that the reactions between the chemical and the contaminant will happen at a higher rate if the water is flowing better. And if the water doesn't flow as much, the specialized chemical treatment does not mix in to the water as well. And another in situ remediation is activated carbon injection, which is just porous material made of carbon that traps the pollutant. And it's very effective for absorbing the contaminant, but where it kind of fails is that it requires additional cleanup, meaning that you will have to go in and remove the carbon that has captured the contaminants and pollutants. And lastly, we have soil vapor extraction, which is an extraction process where contaminants vapors are extracted from the soil. And this won't work if the contaminants don't evaporate readily. So for example, chromium-6, I believe, is a non-volatile, which means that it won't evaporate readily. So it's not as effective for chromium. And now we'll go into some pros and cons of microbial fuel cells. So it's very effective in breaking down chromium from 6 to 3 and reducing water toxicity. And by controlling the pH in the chambers of the microbial fuel cells, we can either maximize the generation of electricity, or we can increase the effectiveness to break down wastewater. And some of the cons are that it's very difficult and costly to gather and construct microbial fuel cells, but this could change with further research. But another con would be that microbial fuel cells as of now do not generate as much electricity. So scaling it up to generate more electricity and clean up large amounts of wastewater is still a challenge. And now I'll go into the conclusion and implications. So kind of going into what the findings mean. So what do the findings mean? So although it's very effective in breaking down chromium and detoxifying wastewater, it's just very expensive to gather the parts, and it produces low electricity. But kind of going back to my hypothesis, there is a strong chance that it could be, the hypothesis is that it could be used as a main method of bioremediation, but what we found doesn't really support that, because right now it's still in the research phase. And with further research, it could be used to support other remediations, but as of now, it's still it's still in the research phase, and there needs to be more advancements in it. And so some of the limitations that we had in our study is that we didn't have any professional knowledge into microbial fuel cells. So we didn't do any interviews with any researchers or environmental scientists working on microbial fuel cells. All the information that we gathered was mainly through research papers. But if we were allotted more time, we would be able to reach out to individuals that work on microbial fuel cells to understand them a little more. And so the implications, now that we've understood the limitations, some of the implications in the future could be that with further research, microbial fuel cells could be used as a supportive remediation technique. And I suggest researchers and practitioners, as well as like future cohort students, to investigate the potential of microbial fuel cells, because it's not only just effective for chromium. It could be used on other chemicals such as PCE, which is a toxic dry cleaning solvent. And mainly, you can replace out the bacteria used in microbial fuel cells to affect and address a wider range of pollutants. Thank you, everybody. And I wanted to give a special thanks to my mentors, Naomi and Jamal, as well as my supervisors, Denise and Kit, as well as everybody that helped me, including the interns, with my presentation. Yeah, and here we have our references, and now we'll go into our Q&A.
Thank you, Chandu. I appreciate your presentation. It was very informative. I apologize that you were having some technical difficulties, but happens to the best of us. I did want to just provide some Q&A session guidelines once again. So this Zoom offers a Q&A feature that will be used to accept questions to be read during the Q&A sessions. So if you have some questions for Chandu, please pop them in the Q&A. As for our panelists, they'll be going first with questions. Farouk, I do see your hand up, so we'll go to you in just a second. I just wanted to also reiterate that if you would like to ask a verbal question, we'll prompt you to raise your hand, and when we open it up for the audience. So when it is your turn, we'll call your name and unmute you. For those on the phone, you can raise your hand by dialing *9. And then after your name is called, dial in *6 to unmute yourself. And I'll provide these instructions again for each Q&A. To kind of get started, let's start with our panelists. And again, Dr. Farouk, if you would mind going first.
Sure, thank you. Thanks, Chandu, for the presentation. That was very nice. And first of all, let me commend you and Yuli for not only surveying the remediation technologies that DTSC sort of oversees, but also on taking on something very challenging in a short time. Microbial fuel cells are especially difficult to understand because they're at the confluence of several different disciplines, such as microbiology, biochemistry, electrochemistry, and material science. So it is very challenging to understand them comprehensively in a short amount of time. So my question to you is, how do you envision seeing MFCs sort of applied on site or at the site for remediation? Do you envision, for example, water contaminated with hexavalent chromium extracted and passed through the the cathode chamber where the reduction happens? Or do you see some other approach?
I guess like the main thing that we were thinking about towards the end of the research is that wastewater could be pumped out and like kind of fueled into the microbial fuel cells. And then once it's done detoxifying the water, it could just be pumped out. So kind of like instead of a waste treatment plant, just pumping out the water into the microbial fuel cells. But that would require a lot more research because they're not scalable right now. I think they're very small as of now, but if they were like enlarged, that's how I would imagine they would be used.
Excellent. Can I ask another one, or should we move on?
You can ask another one.
We can have this discussion. This time is truly to.
Okay, I'll pass to Robert then.
So we'll circle back to you, Farouk. So Robert, I'll ask that you go next.
Okay, Chandu, you and earlier, I forgot how you pronounce your other researcher. What did you guys basically divide up the project, or how did you guys work together? Who did what, and sort of describe that?
So how we kind of divvied it up is we both kind of conducted interviews together, but we kind of split up the roles during the interviews. For example, for some of the interviews, he would be asking questions and I would be taking the notes. And in terms of like actually constructing the research paper, and we mainly worked on like different sections of it, but we would kind of give each other feedback. So for example, he worked on like the method section and some of the background, and he kind of gave me feedback on when I worked on the results, and we kind of just went back and forth with that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Robert, for your question. Alyssa, I see that your hand is up.
So that was an awesome presentation, super interesting. I have a question. I'm not sure if you can answer it, and if you can't, it's okay because it's very specific. And as mentioned earlier, I know this area of technology is really complicated. I'm really curious about the microbiology side. So I was wondering if in your research from reading the papers, did you come across, are there specific groups or types of bacteria that are commonly used in these types of fuel cells, or is it kind of like a wide variety? Does it depend on like the contaminant you're looking at? Like any insights you have on the bacteria, I would be super curious.
So there's like two parts to it. There is a wide variety of bacteria that could be used. And it also kind of depends on the contaminant, because I think certain bacteria aren't able to break down the contaminants as well. So it's kind of like a two-part answer, I guess.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alyssa. Farouk, I did see that you wanted to continue on. Would you like to ask your question?
Sure, I'll be happy to. Chandu, you mentioned several limitations like that, perhaps more investigation or research into these areas might help foster better applications of MFCs. And one was the specificity of the microorganism to take, electric charge and sort of transfer to the contaminant. So that was the contaminant specific portion. Other things were materials, so things like cathode that can populate bacteria, and even the proton exchange membrane, which you sort of mentioned. I had the pleasure of reading a paper, so So that was another costly factor. So where do you think the best research investment is within MFCs for speeding it up to application?
I'm not 100% sure, but I guess as I previously mentioned, I think the best like avenue of like research should be towards like understanding the bacteria first, because before scaling it up, but I wouldn't be sure in terms of like scaling it up as you asked though. Does
Thanks.
that kind of, yeah.
Yeah, that sort of answers it. Yeah, it's an interesting topic because there's research going on in both areas, and seems like it's a combination of both things.
Yeah, I think the research that the research papers that Yuli and I went over, they did talk like similar to what I talked about. They did talk a lot about like scaling it up. So it would be in those research papers, just kind of how those researchers see where microbial fuel cells will be going.
Thanks.
So we do have another panelist question. Tracy, I see your hand up is up.
So, Ashandu, I just wanted to ask you, what interested you about the project and how does it relate to you personally, either in your area of study or like, why was this interesting to you to select for your research project?
I was just very intrigued on bioremediation and mainly how it was using like natural organisms like bacteria. I didn't know that it would be possible to use bacteria to clean up contaminants, and so that's kind of how it relates to me. And I live in Sacramento, which is a very contaminated how would I put it? It's very effective by a lot, or it's affected by a lot of contaminants. And so I would say like it's in my community. So the process and like the impact are both there.
Thank you for sharing, Chandu. So at this time, I don't see any more panelist questions. We're gonna go to the Q&A feature and go through the questions in there. Our first couple of questions are from Claudio. So if you do have any questions, feel free to pop them in the chat. At this time, again, we're gonna open it up to the audience. Our first question from Claudio is, what is the end product of chromium-6 after the metabolization by the microbes?
Yeah, so chromium-6 is broken down into chromium-3, which is a less toxic version. And that's one of the byproducts. And also like generally microbial fuel cells, as you see in the equations up here. So kind of the end product would be like the detoxified wastewater, and just like chromium being broken down or reduced.
And you mentioned, this is just a follow-up on my end, you mentioned chromium-6 was less harmful, so does that mean it's not toxic?
Not to my knowledge. I think I'm not 100% sure on that, but it is definitely less toxic than chromium-6, and it doesn't have. I think it has a higher limit of ingestion. I'm not 100% sure.
Thanks for sharing. We have one more Q&A question in the Q&A chat box. So from Claudio, they're asking, can the use of microbial fuel cells be used to provide energy for other technologies used to clean up other contaminants that may be present at a given site?
So is the question about like using the energy outputted from microbial fuel cells to fuel other content? So if that's the case, as of now, the answer to that would be no, because they don't generate a very large input, like output of electricity. But maybe in the future they could be like enlarged and it could be scaled to support other remediations like I previously mentioned. And so maybe in the future with more research, it could be possible.
Thank you, Chandu. And that's all we have for our Q&A session at this time, but we do have a poll for everyone to take, just to kind of test your knowledge about this topic and kind of provide your feedback. So we'll take a couple of minutes to provide your answers here. And then after this, I'll hand it off to Denise. So I do see that there is a participant hand up. I just wanted to call on Ryan Dominguez. We have you unmuted, Ryan, so you're free to ask your question.
Oh, great. Thanks. I'm happy you saw it in time. Just a quick question on cleanup using MFCs. The rate of the cleanup based on the concentration of the contaminant. And so, like, in other words, would the speed of the cleanup and I guess the electricity output decrease over time as the concentration decreases?
I'm not too sure about that question. I would think so, because by breaking down the contaminant, kind of like electricity is produced. So if all the contaminant is broken down, I don't think there would be any electricity produced, but
Yeah,
that's
so
kind of my assumption of it.
So like one concept in soil vapor extraction is you start to plateau, right? And so you have to allow a rebound to happen, and then you can start over. And as you kind of go through the process, it's harder to find mass to pull out. And I'm wondering if it would be a similar effect here. But it's an interesting concept. So and as it's harder to find the contaminants, or harder as the concentration decreases, it would be interesting to know if that electricity output also decreases, and if the rate of remediation also decreases over time. But it really interesting technology. I haven't heard of this. Cool. Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. And I saw that you put your question in the chat, so I appreciate you adding that in there. Were we able to answer all the parts of your question, or was there anything that you wanted?
I think that's good. Yeah, it'd be good to go and read about it. If I can find some materials for it, or Chandra could put them in the chat or something. Oh, it's in the perfect. Okay.
Yeah, if you want to take a picture of these, there's a lot of but should be some sources about microbial fuel cells, and I'll switch to the next reference slide as well.
Great, thank you.
All right, so Denise, I'm going to actually hand it off to you.
Hi, everyone. I'm just here to announce that we have a 15-minute break coming up. I'm going to put the 15-minute timer up, and we will reconvene around 2:20.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. Thank you for joining us again. I will be starting our next presentation soon. I just wanted to, again, thank you all for joining us. So we'll be diving into learning more about the impacts of short-term and long-term impacts from microplastics. And so I'll be handing it off now to our next presenter, Joshua Bucks. Joshua, when you're ready, you can start sharing your screen.
Hello, my name is Joshua Bucks. I am a recent graduate from Sac State. Today I will be talking with you about something I've been working on the past few months, titled Navigating the Plastic Tide, Exploring Microplastic Pollution in the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. The information presented today is based on the research I have conducted during my time as an intern for DTSC. I have conducted my research from an outside view as a public citizen and does not reflect DTSC's position or views. My personal views and opinions are reflected in the research materials I am about to share with you this afternoon. So I've spent the past few months researching the impacts of microplastics on our environment, particularly in the Sacramento San Joaquin Delta. As a student assistant with the Cleanup in Vulnerable Communities Initiative with DTSC, I've become increasingly aware of some of the hardships facing vulnerable communities in California face. These communities often face greater economic, social, and environmental challenges that make them more susceptible to the negative effects of pollution, including microplastic pollution. I'm sure many of you have seen the headlines regarding microplastics in the news lately. If you follow DTSC on social media, you may have seen some of the great work the Safer Consumer Products program is doing, raising awareness on microplastics, as they are in the process of having it added to their candidate chemicals list. And this is something I will get into a little bit more later. So, microplastics are a growing environmental concern and have adverse effects on ecosystems and human health. As I learned more, I also had questions. I don't know about you, but a lot of my knowledge on plastic pollution has largely been regarding the ocean. Did you know the global input of plastic into our oceans is estimated to be around 11 million metric tons annually? And it's estimated to grow as the global population rises. Despite extensive research on marine plastic pollution, terrestrial and freshwater plastic pollution, especially in estuarine environments like the Delta, remains relatively understudied in comparison. As an environmental studies major, quite a few of my classes focused on agriculture, which is an important component of California's economy. This also led me to the objective of my research. What are the impacts of microplastics from agriculture on the Delta? First, let me dial it back a bit. What even is plastic? So plastic in this context is a material made of synthetic polymers derived from fossil fuels. These polymers can be molded into various shapes. It wasn't until World War II that the demand for plastic increased and eventually replaced traditional materials like wood, glass, and metal in a wide range of consumer products. Now I'd like you to take a second to look around. I bet wherever you are, there are various types of plastic. They're used to make our computers, our phones, our chairs. Some of you may have even bought coffee on the way to work today, and that was given to you in a plastic cup. At lunch, you may have used a single-use plastic fork to eat your salad. Plastic likely played a role in growing that salad. My point is, it's quite versatile and is used in virtually every industry today. It has a wide range of uses, from consumer products to industrial packaging. There are so many different types of plastic, but overall, they're easily moldable, lightweight, and pretty durable. However, its durability persists decades and likely even centuries after it serves its purpose. Even though they do often degrade, they just degrade into what is called microplastics eventually. Although these are really small particles, they pose a very big problem. This is an image from the Interstate Technology Regulatory Council, in which DTSC's Dr. Hanley from the Safer Consumer Products is a part of. This image shows a size comparison on microplastics. At one end, on the right side, you see the diameter of a drinking straw, which is about 5 millimeters wide. This width represents the upper size limit of microplastics. Moving down in size, so going to your left, you see a human hair, red blood cell, each getting progressively smaller. Finally, at the end of the spectrum is DNA, which is approximately 2.5 nanometers wide. Just to emphasize, a nanometer is 1/1000th of a meter. This visual representation highlights the size range at which microplastics exist. Coupled with the different morphologies, types of plastic, and the different chemical additives associated with those plastics, you can imagine how difficult it can get studying them. And to be clear, morphologies is just a term used to describe the very diverse shapes that they come in. So DTSC and many other California agencies have adopted the State Water Resources Control Board's definition for microplastics. This is defined as a three-dimensional solid plastic particle smaller than 5 millimeters in length and have had chemical additives or other substances added to them. Microplastics can be classified into two categories based on their origin, primary and secondary. Primary microplastics are intentionally manufactured to be small. They're used in a variety of commercial applications like microbeads in personal care products, pellets, which are sometimes called nurdles, used in manufacturing of plastic products, and fibers used in textiles like polyester. Secondary microplastics are formed from the breakdown of larger plastics. Microplastics can be classified into categories based on their shape as well, as I mentioned. So this would include fragments, beads, foams, films, and the fibers shed from polyester. Like their larger parts, microplastics pose a threat to environments like the Delta and those who depend on them. Their small size, coupled with their longevity, have enabled them to persist in virtually all environments. While plastic is indeed beneficial in many industries, plastic waste and pollution has grown at an alarming rate. As of 2015, only 9% of all plastic produced since the 1950s has been recycled. Plastic, and therefore microplastics, can be found throughout the environment as a consequence of inadequate waste management practices. Sources of plastic pollution include landfills, industrial and municipal discharges, stormwater runoff is a huge one, landscaping, recreational activities, and agricultural practices. They degrade in the environment due to factors like sunlight exposure, microbial activity, mechanical abrasion, and this can release the chemical additives from their production phase into the surrounding environment. These microplastics can also absorb pollutants onto their surfaces, which include heavy metals, pesticides, persistent organic pollutants, and other compounds. So, California is one of the most biodiverse regions around the world. I live here, it's amazing, love it, it's very beautiful. And the Delta, which I live near, covers over 1,100 square miles. And the Delta is one of the largest estuarine systems in the US. And it's the largest on the West Coast. It's a crucial breeding ground for fish and other organisms. It's a feeding ground and a habitat for migratory birds and acts as a natural filtration system for water quality. It's also a major component of California's water management and provides over half of California with drinking water. As far as agriculture goes, I'd like to point out first that this land once supported over 10,000 indigenous coastal Miwok before they were forcibly displaced in the 1800s. Early European settlers found the rich soils and moderate climate conducive to farming. So today, agriculture covers over 500,000 acres and grows over 70 types of crops. This contributes significantly to the region's economy. However, Delta farmers face some difficult challenges, including land subsidence, so the land is sinking, irrigation issues, flood risks, and these all exacerbate vulnerability to microplastic pollution. So I have a polling question for you guys. What source do you think contributes most to the most microplastics to the Delta? I'll give you a minute to consider your choices. They include urban stormwater runoff, agriculture, wastewater treatment plants, and industrial discharge.
Thanks, Joshua. I'll let you know when we close the poll.
Thank you.
We have 20 more seconds. All right, so we're going to close the poll and show the results.
Urban stormwater runoff is the winner in this poll, but the answer is, if it'll pop up. There you go. Agriculture. A study published in 2022 found that of the 4 pathways they investigated, which would include agriculture, I think stormwater runoff, wastewater treatment plants, and one other one I am forgetting, but you will see in just a second. Agricultural lands contribute a significant amount of microplastics to the delta. About 55% of the delta, which is equivalent to maybe 415 acres, is dedicated to agriculture. This photo is just an example of plastics usage in agriculture. Here you can see the greenhouse covering kind of in the back of the photo. And this on the ground is plastic mulch tucked in around the base of these plants. The use of plastics in agriculture has revolutionized the industry by improving resource efficiency, enhancing crop protection and quality, and increasing crop yields. However, they do come with a significant environmental cost that we haven't fully been able to understand, as there's so much ongoing research right now. Balancing the benefits and drawbacks of plastic use in agriculture is quite a challenge. So here on the right is a map showing the different types of crops grown within the delta. Main crops include corn, alfalfa, wine grapes, tree nuts, wheat, rice, and processing tomatoes. Many of these require plastic use. On the left is a list of plastic uses in agriculture which microplastics can be derived from. Agriculture runoff includes pesticides, fertilizers, and microplastics. You may have noticed this if you've driven along the Delta or along I-5, but many fields that grow crops like rice are flooded in the winter. We've been lucky the past couple of years with a lot of rain, but sometimes they are intentionally flooded to not only help crop residue decompose and allow soil and allow nutrients to remain in the soil. But these flooded fields also provide a temporary habitat for the millions of migrating birds that travel along what is called the Pacific Flyway. High flow events like flooding fields, intense irrigation, or heavy rains increases microplastic concentration in waterways through agricultural runoff. Plastic materials like mulch films and controlled release fertilizers release microplastics into soil and water systems as they degrade. Biosolids are nutrient-rich organic material resulting from the treatment of sewage sludge, which contains microplastics from household and industrial sites. After being treated and processed, biosolids can be used as soil amendments to incorporate more nutrients into the soil, much like compost. I'd like to note that while this map shows the crops grown in the Delta, because the Delta is the nexus where the Sacramento River and the San Joaquin River meet, it carries agricultural runoff from other areas in the Central Valley that are not shown on this map. And here's an image I was kind of referring to a couple of slides ago. Microplastic contamination in the San Francisco Bay estuary, where the Delta flows into, is notably higher than other places assessed around the world. This is heavily influenced by the dense urban areas surrounding the region, which includes the Delta. A study was conducted assessing the microplastic content in different water bodies around the US, one being the Delta, and they found agriculture has the highest microplastic inputs of the 4 pathways that they had looked into. So again, this includes just the general water body throughout the Delta, agriculture, stormwater runoff, and wastewater treatment plants. Fibers and fragments were dominant across all pathways, including agriculture. Fibers suggest linkage to biosolids applications. Fragments are likely from plastic materials mechanically being broken down, likely due to tilling and plowing. I'd also like to note that the dark red in the agricultural column, it is representative of the black rubbery particles, which were also present in the samples pulled from agriculture, but were much more prominent in stormwater runoff. Stormwater runoff is precipitation that flows over the ground surface, often a surface that can absorb little to no water like asphalt. This shows tire wear particles were present, indicating there was likely heavy vehicle usage. So for physical impacts, microplastics play a role in habitat disruption. Depending on the plastic material, microplastics settle at different parts of the water column. So some plastics float, others sink. They all disrupt habitat and they pose risks to animals that ingest them. It might not seem very consequential to us, but plastics that settle on the bottom can serve as a substrate for microbial colonization, leading to further changes within the ecosystem. Some chemical include microplastics often carry chemical additives that were used in the manufacturing process or absorbed from the environment. Examples of chemicals used in the manufacturing process include chemicals that act as flame retardants, plasticizers, which are chemicals that are added to increase flexibility, and pigments, which can include the use of heavy metals. A variety of contaminants they are later exposed to, like pesticides or persistent organic pollutants, heavy metals, or carcinogens have been found on the surface of microplastics. This means that they can act as carriers to these environmental contaminants, which poses risks to both human health and the environment. When ingested or absorbed by organisms, microplastics can transfer these toxic substances through the food chain as they persist and bioaccumulate. And I say organisms because this includes plants. Remember, microplastics can be 1 nanometer in length. Plants, including crops being grown, can uptake microplastics. And this could lead to physiological and reproductive issues throughout the food web. So, what's being done about it? The regulatory landscape concerning microplastics in California is multifaceted. There are several federal, state, and local measures to address plastic and therefore microplastic pollution. I had mentioned SB 1422 earlier, which required the State Water Resources Control Board to adopt and implement a plan for monitoring microplastics in drinking water. SB 1263 directed the California Ocean Protection Council to collaborate with multiple state agencies and partners to develop the statewide microplastics strategy. This coordinates statewide actions to protect marine ecosystems by outlining key initial steps and research priorities. It encompasses various objectives and actions aimed at understanding, monitoring, and mitigating the impacts of microplastics on marine and freshwater environments, and is still ongoing. SB 54 is also known as the Plastic Pollution and Packaging Producer Responsibility Act. This was signed into law in June of 2022 by Governor Newsom to reduce single-use plastic waste while promoting a circular economy in California. As of last week, this was expanded to include reusable bags as well. Remember, only 9%, again, 9% of plastic has been properly recycled since it began to be mass-produced in the 1950s. There are many types of plastics, and each requires a different recycling process. This complexity makes it difficult for recycling facilities to efficiently sort and process. Our society has grown accustomed to a disposable culture, with advertisements promoting convenience over sustainability. SB 54 shifts some of that responsibility from consumers, like ourselves, back onto producers to manage the end-of-life disposal of their products. It also promotes measures to reduce single-use plastics, increase responsible waste management practices, and explore sustainable alternatives. While SB 4 does not directly address plastic use in agriculture, its provisions have implications for the broader plastic supply chain, including agricultural practices involving plastic materials. The San Francisco Estuary Blueprint is kind of handled by the San Francisco Bay Regional Monitoring Program. This is a collaborative effort amongst diverse stakeholders, agencies, and organizations involved in management and conservation of the San Francisco Bay Estuary. The document itself outlines strategic priorities, goals, and actions aimed at protecting and restoring the ecological health of the San Francisco Bay. DTSC collaborates with the Regional Monitoring Program to update monitoring strategies regarding contaminants of emerging concern and microplastics. I had mentioned earlier that the Safer Consumer Products Program is in the process of having microplastics added to the candidate chemicals list. This list is a compilation of substances that DTSC identifies as potentially harmful to human health or the environment based on various criteria. The inclusion of microplastics on this list doesn't automatically set new regulations, but it may eventually prompt regulatory actions or incentives to minimize the use of plastic materials in agriculture, particularly those that contribute to microplastic pollution. The Safer Consumer Products Program also has a priority product work plan. The work plan identifies and describes specific product categories they plan to evaluate. So this includes identifying products that contain or generate microplastics. Really quickly, I just want to highlight a few grant programs offered by the California Department of Food and Agriculture. The State Water Efficiency and Enhancement Program, Alternative Manure Management Program, and the Healthy Soils Program are just a few programs offered by the California Department of Food and Agriculture that supports the implementation of more sustainable practices that have various benefits, like reducing water use, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and improving soil health. By optimizing irrigation and fertilization practices to promote soil conservation measures, these practices could indirectly contribute to decreasing microplastic pollution by decreasing the need for plastic materials. Runoff and erosion could also decrease, limiting the spread of microplastic pollution into waterways that eventually lead to the ocean. By adopting tailored practices unique to their circumstances, farmers can reduce the release of microplastics from agricultural activities, thereby safeguarding water quality and ecosystem health in the Delta. And instead of polling, I just want you to take a moment to consider, what do you think is the most effective way to reduce microplastic pollution? Stricter regulations, improved waste management, public education and awareness, or technological innovations? So give you like 5 seconds. But really, this is a trick question because the answer is it depends. Microplastic management is a complex issue that, like many challenges in life, requires a tailored and flexible approach. Effective strategies must be customized to address the specific needs and capabilities of each region, considering local environmental conditions, resources, and infrastructure. This approach ensures that solutions are practical, sustainable, and impactful. While exploring the impact of microplastics on agriculture, it was pretty unanimous amongst researchers that there needs to be a standardized method for sampling and analyzing microplastics. This has led to inconsistencies in data interpretation and hinders cross-study comparisons, especially as the microplastics being studied get smaller. Accurate and consistent data are essential for policymakers and regulators, so they may develop effective policies and regulations aimed at mitigating plastic and microplastic pollution. Having this would enable more efficient allocation of resources for research, monitoring, and mitigation efforts. While I did find that agricultural lands were identified as a notable source of microplastics in this region of California, there were varying concentrations observed throughout the Delta and the downstream San Francisco Bay. This variability is heavily influenced by land use. Interdisciplinary collaboration is paramount, also in comprehensively addressing the complex issue of microplastic pollution in estuarine environments. By uniting scientists, policymakers, community members, and other stakeholders, collaborative efforts can develop holistic approaches to microplastic management and mitigation. Future research should continue to explore the long-term fate and transportation of microplastics in both terrestrial and freshwater systems, so we can continue to improve how we approach plastic management and mitigation methods. For example, gaining a perspective on understanding the impacts of microplastics from agriculture contributes to informed decision-making and promotes sustainable land management practices, leading to preserving environmental quality for future generations. We are in a unique position here in California as home to the most biodiverse region, one of the most biodiverse regions on Earth. Such large concentrations of innovators and progressive policies to address and mitigate climate change, I implore you to take a look at what's being done to combat plastic pollution in your communities, which includes local, regional, and statewide, for your own health, the environment, and for future generations. I know I covered a lot of information in this presentation, and I want to thank you again for your time. And here are my references.
Thank you so much, Joshua. That was such a wonderful presentation. I really enjoyed learning more about microplastics. And before we jump into our Q&A session, I did want to take a poll. of everyone, and we'll be popping that up on the screen now. You'll have a minute or so to click through an answer and share with us your experience regarding microplastics. I'll be wrapping that up in just a minute, and I'll also, for now, just go over Q&A session guidelines again. This Q&A will first go to our panelists and receive questions from them. After that, we'll use the Q&A feature to accept questions to be read during the Q&A session. If you want to ask a verbal question, just remember to prompt to raise your hand, and we'll open it up to when it's your turn. We'll call out your name and then we'll unmute you. For those on the phone, you can raise your hand by dialing *9, and then after your name is called, dial *6 to unmute yourself. So without further ado, I'm going to actually close out the poll. And I'm actually going to open it up to our panelists now. And Joshua, you can actually stop sharing your screen. Thank you so much. At the moment, I just wanted to, again, thank you so much for your presentation. We do have some questions in the chat already. I did want to kind of open this up to the panel. I don't see any hands, but oh, I apologize. Our first hand is Dr. Valerie Hanley. I'll pass the baton to you.
Thanks so much. Excellent job, Joshua. I really enjoyed your presentation, and I was lucky enough to get to read your paper, which you did an excellent job on. So just really, really excellent work. So I know you mentioned about how Safer Consumer Products program is adding microplastics to the CC list. And so I'm wondering if through your process of your research and how agricultural activities impact microplastics, if you had an idea of what product you might think about, as we start moving into naming products that contain or release microplastics, and if we were looking at something that was agricultural based, where would you think to look?
I would look at irrigation, so like PVC, polyvinyl chloride is often used for irrigation, and sometimes bits and pieces break off. It gets left in the field, and when there's plowing and tilling done, this breaks up these pieces into smaller fragments. So that is something that I would consider. I'm not entirely sure like what could be used to substitute that, but biodegradable film or plastic mulch is another area that I would like to explore further. I know that there has been kind of, how do I say it, issues with how quickly or how slowly biodegradable plastics do degrade. And it would be interesting to see if someone could invent or come up with a biodegradable plastic mulch, as this does help suppress weeds. It helps retain soil moisture, and often enough, like it just kind of gets ripped out, and I'm sure in that process it gets fragmented. So to see something like that could not only help retain the moisture, suppress the weeds, but also maybe even add nutrients back into the soil would be really interesting. I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, no, I think that's really great. I think it's really interesting. It is really challenging with these biodegradable plastics, as I'm sure you know, because what do they degrade into? Microplastics. So, yeah. To get one that truly does degrade all the way is really challenging. But I see you've got lots of other hands raised, so I don't want to take up too much time, but thanks so much.
Thank you, Dr. Hanley.
Thank you. And I'm going to move on to Dr. Ahmed.
Hi, Joshua. That was a really nice presentation. Thank you. In your conclusions, you mentioned standardization of methodologies for sampling and analysis of microplastics. Did you get a chance to look through the ITRC guidance or anything else and whether, you can tell us what the main sort of method is for analyzing for microplastics?
Personally, this is a little bit beyond my scope of expertise. I did read a bit on it, but I'll be honest, I cannot remember any of the names for these methods at the moment. But I did read actually a master thesis written by a graduate student from the California State University of Monterey Bay. And this person, she was able to develop an inexpensive method of gathering microplastic samples, which included the use of a really fine mesh, but unfortunately, that can be very time consuming, right? So hopefully researchers in the future can develop a more effective way to efficiently analyze and collaborate and share this information with one another. So that way, other people can help maybe streamline the process. But microplastics, because they come in a variety of different kinds of plastic materials and different morphologies, it can be difficult to study, especially when you have other things in water samples, for example, that are also microscopic, and that includes life and just dirt. So that is something that it would be really interesting to look into more.
That's essentially why I was asking you that question, because the interferences from things like agricultural runoff, which has pretty high organic loading, how does that appear in the analysis of microplastics? So that's something I was curious about. But I think you eventually got to the answer, even without focusing on that area. So thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you for that question. I did notice, Dr. Hanley, that you put a link in the chat. Do you want to kind of share with everyone what that's in regards to?
Oh, sure. I was, sorry. As Josh mentioned, I've led the microplastics team for ITRC for the last few years. And so that's a link to the guidance document that Farouk mentioned, and the sampling and analysis section, where we have a couple of different tools that people can look at, because really it really depends on what your question is as to what method you would use for sampling and what method you would use to analyze. So if someone was really interested in going out and testing for microplastics tomorrow, you could look at that section and get an idea. And you couldn't just go out tomorrow and do it. But
Thank you, Dr. Hanley.
Thank you for sharing. So everyone, that link is actually in the chat. So if you do want to check it out, you can click to it. Our next hand that's up is actually Lisa. So Lisa, I'll let you take it away.
Thank you. That was a great talk. Super interesting. I am curious, you talked about a lot of different applications in agriculture, and it seems like there are a lot of benefits. So I can imagine there would be resistance to changing away from plastic. I was curious in your research if you came across any kind of use of alternatives or any movements towards kind of more sustainable plasticless approaches, kind of similar to how people move to, how there's been movements towards more organic farming. I'm curious if there's anything similar related to going kind of plastic free, or if it's just kind of too difficult at this point in time to remove plastics from agriculture.
Yes, so I think I'm gonna say that it's generally a bit too difficult to move away from plastics at this time. We have to consider, farmers this is a business that they're running. They also have mouths to feed. Beyond their own family, they're feeding the country. I can't remember exactly how much California agriculture contributes to the entire country or worldwide, but I know it's pretty significant. And so it's hard to find a balance between sustainable agriculture and also being able to make money. And so hopefully this is something that, more people talk and they can collaborate and come up with methods. I do know that there are sustainable farms, even in Sacramento, and they use, they try to limit their plastic usage and turning to sustainable methods like the programs that I had mentioned offered by the California Department of Food and Agriculture include the Healthy Soils Program and the Alternative Manure Management Program. And these are all geared towards improving soil moisture and nutrient content. So if there's more nutrients in the soil is more likely to retain moisture. So then we would be less likely to depend on things like plastic mulch. But also we live in California, right? So we have a Mediterranean climate, and some years are drought years, unfortunately, and that's where plastic use can really come in handy. So hopefully we can come up with a solution. And yeah, I hope that answered your question.
That did. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alyssa. So I'm going to move on to the next question. Bob, I see your hand up.
Yeah, a lot of my questions were answered. But your statistic on the recycled amount since 1950, do you have anything like more recent, like the last 5 years? I know the legislature, was trying to do the assist the plastic industry and recycling, but that sort of has run out, and now they really don't recycle a lot.
Yeah.
More of the cash, plastic bottles and aluminum cans, and everything else goes in the landfill. So I was just wondering, do you have more of a recent percentage that actually is recycled?
We have 4 more minutes remaining for our Q&A.
Okay. I'll try to make this quick. I'm not comfortable giving another figure just because I saw a bunch of different figures, a bunch of different numbers. So I wasn't entirely sure what would be the most appropriate to give. And we also have to consider that the study on microplastics is still relatively new. And there's microplastics, but then there's also nanoplastics, which are even smaller. So it's really hard to quantify. And we've all heard of like the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. So hopefully that there is something that, these figures though are very important. So although I don't know this, I hope to very soon as people continue to research. And, I think it's just really important that we also do our best to stay as informed as we can. This is very difficult, especially because we all have so much going on in our own lives. But this is, I feel like this is not talked about enough. And this is a problem that everybody eats food, and these microplastics are being taken up by plants. So I hope that this is something that everyone can get behind in figuring out how to mitigate, as our future really depends on it.
Yeah, totally agree. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bob, for the question. We are still being mindful of time, but still, I did want to make sure we got to answer all questions. We do have one more from our panelists. Tracy, I'll let you go next.
Thanks, Kit. Joshua, since there are multiple sectors that discharge microplastics in the estuary, what approach do you think could foster collaboration between them to reduce microplastic discharge?
I mean, I think with the San Francisco Estuary Blueprint, that is kind of representative of like a collaboration across state agencies and also partners. So I think like the San Francisco Estuary Institute is also playing a role. There are people also in Monterey Bay that I know of. And I think talking about it, just in general, talking about it really promotes just conversation and questions. And so I think being able to talk about it and ask questions, and I know it's a lot of work to kind of research where your food is coming from, but I think that it can also, you know, be very important to be aware of these things and also work on supporting local, regional, and statewide measures to minimize plastic usage, especially as like plastic is very cheap to produce. And you know, as we sorry, I lost my train of thought. But I hope I answered your question. I really think just being able to talk to one another, and you never know, you know, somebody that you might overhear you at a restaurant and might have a solution. So something as simple as that can really help.
Yeah, so the biggest thing I'm hearing you say is engagement, right? Continue to keep that at the top of our radar, continue to do research, do education and awareness. So that's what I'm hearing from your response. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Tracy.
And that's all the time we have for Q&A. Moment.
Actually, we do have one more question. I did want to just go out to the audience, and I did see a hand up. Brian, we're going to unmute you when you're ready to share.
Hi, thank you. Wonderful presentation, Joshua. I was honestly alarmed to find that there's a lot of plastic in food, and hearing your statistic regarding the amount of microplastics coming from agriculture was equally alarming. Do you have any figures on what percentage of microplastics are harmful microplastics are coming from agriculture? Is it like a significant margin?
Actually, I don't have a number for microplastics specifically, but I think the agricultural sector contributes. I saw something that said 2% of all plastic use is dedicated to agriculture, but I also read an article this morning that has an estimation of 5% of global plastic usage is devoted to agriculture. So, you know, that seems small, but considering that there are millions of metric tons of plastics that are ending up in our ocean, you know, they have to get there somehow, and they're coming from our land and freshwater systems, which just really kind of highlights how important it is that we tackle this at, you know, not just at the end where it's already in the ocean, but also looking at production, and maybe there's something that they could do as well.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you, Brian, for your question. And Joshua, no, I think that's a great response. A lot of, if you can tackle it from the source, then you're eliminating the problem. So I can't agree anymore with that. Again, thank you so much for sharing your presentation with us and sharing your research. We're going to wrap up our session here. I don't actually see any more hands, and the Q&A is open, but I think we're wrapping up here too. So again, thank you, Joshua. Our next presenter is going to be Jules Mendoza. We'll be transitioning over to their presentation now. Jules will be providing us an overview of DTSC's cleanup efforts, along with cleanup efforts in Stockton, California, and really focusing on the potential scope of impact from cleanups. So Jules, when you're ready, if you could share your screen and your presentation.
Can you hear me? It's telling me to unmute myself. So, okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Juliet Mendoza. I go by Jules. The title of my presentation is Addressing Environmental Justice in California. California's vulnerable communities. The information presented today is based on the research I have conducted during my time as an intern for DTSC. I have conducted my research from an outside view as a public citizen and does not reflect DTSC's position or views. My personal views and opinions are reflected in the research materials I am about to share with you this afternoon. Before we get started, I wanted to thank my mentor, Catherine Meyer. She has been a mentor through this experience, and she has helped me tremendously through this process. I'd also like to thank Kit, who has also helped me through this experience and has inspired me and has made this internship as well as she could. And then I would also like to thank the other interns, Joshua, Chandu, Tyler, Cassandra, and Uli, who experienced this with me and we stood by each other through this as we went through the same process. So as we begin, this is our agenda today. I will start with the introduction, and then I'll go into some case studies. I will also be doing a comparative analysis, and then I will be giving my results and a conclusion. Okay, let's get started. So once again, my name is Jules Mendoza. I am a student intern for California Department of Toxic Substances Control with the Cleanup in Vulnerable Communities Initiative. My pronouns are they, them, and I am a non-binary two-spirit individual. So at this time, I ask that if you have not done so already, I'm pretty sure all the panelists have, but if not, if you can please put your pronouns in your name in respect to everyone in this symposium. I am a current graduate from Sacramento State University with a degree in environmental studies and an interest in environmental justice. I was raised in San Jose, California, and Manteca, California, and I've worked closely within multiple vulnerable communities throughout California, including Stockton, Sacramento, Oakland, all in which I have lived in or currently live, with works in childcare and education, management with local businesses, and community works through special environmental justice projects. So imagine discovering that there are high levels of toxic chemicals that have been detected in your neighborhood, and immediate action is being taken by the authorities to protect your family. This would be alarming, and you would want to know who is helping your community, who is making sure your safety information is being translated so your next door neighbor who would only understand in Spanish could understand. You want to know if you are safe and that the necessary actions are being taken to protect your community. It is important to note that DTSC is the primary department responsible for addressing hazardous waste contamination in the state, but also serves to uphold principles of environmental justice. DTSC's mission is to protect Californians, communities, and the environment from harmful substances through various initiatives. Vulnerable communities are a big focus for this department, and I personally feel passionately about helping those who may be forgotten. Throughout my development for a research topic, I leaned my focus towards Stockton, California, because of the knowledge I had of the lack of attention Stockton has gotten in recent years. With outreach to local nonprofits and communication with residents, I hit many walls trying to find answers to what Stockton needs and learned the people of Stockton don't know exactly what is being done to safeguard their health. Think about it. Most of us live in California, and how many of us know the history of the buildings we live in or what work is being done in our neighborhoods in regards to hazardous waste? As I cannot address every environmental issue in Stockton, as it would take me years to develop even a few, I wanted to focus on dry cleanups, because one, the Discovery Enforcement Program under DTSC is in charge of these cleanups, and I wanted to tie in a DTSC program to my research. And two, to see how to best serve vulnerable communities. So before we go further in the presentation, I want to take this time to ask the audience a couple of questions. We will be taking a poll. The first question is, how often do you go to the dry cleaners? And the second question is, do you have a washer and dryer in your home? So we will give about a minute to vote.
All right, so thank you all for answering. We'll close the poll and show the results.
Okay, so I want everyone to remember what they answered. I'm going to be coming back to this poll. This is just to think about it. Since the Discovery and Enforcement Program is focusing on investigating historic dry cleaner sites, I chose to focus on dry cleaners too. Stockton has historic dry cleaners, which may be harmful to the citizens of Stockton. So here are some statistics to put this all in perspective. There are 36,000 dry cleaning facilities in the US. Based on DTSC's website in California, there are 7,500 known dry cleaning facilities, which may have had PCE in use before the complete ban. About 17.7% of total number of dry cleaning facilities nationally. 85% of dry cleaners in the US still use PCE as a primary solvent, which I will go into in a second. So the reason I had everyone do the poll, if you use dry cleaners or not, and if you also have a washer and dryer at home, is because at 7,500 dry cleaners in California alone, there is one in right about every neighborhood. Despite having a washer or dryer at home, nowadays most people do. You can walk outside and there will most likely be a dry cleaners near you, even if you don't use it. What is also important to note is accessibility. Many residents in disadvantaged communities look at taking garments to the dry cleaners as a luxury. From personal experience, I have not once stepped foot in a dry cleaners, and I rarely, if at all, saw my parents use dry cleaners growing up, because there were other necessities we needed that were more vital to our lives than taking a jacket or a dress to the dry cleaners. The point being is that dry cleaners show up in essentially all neighborhoods, but how often do we actually pay attention to them? Also, most people in these communities are more likely to use a laundromat because you're essentially sending one garment at a time most of the time to get a dry clean, whereas laundromats are self-served to get a load of clothes cleaned. And to not get too technical in the difference between the two, dry cleaners tend to use several specific chemicals to get certain stains out, whereas laundromats use one type of detergent, commonly one similar to the ones that we use at home. So let's talk about PCE, the chemical that many dry cleaners use or have used. Perchloroethylene, sorry, I practiced saying it and now I'm messing up, or PCE is a common cleaning solvent used in nearly all dry cleaning facilities. It replaced the highly flammable soda solvent in the 1960s, offering a significant safety improvement. However, concerns about its neurotoxicity led to a brief phase out in the 1970s, which reversed when chlorofluorocarbons were found to deplete the ozone layer. So by the 1990s, PCE was back as the primary solvent in dry cleanings. Fortunately, in California, a ban on its use was implemented in 2023, marking a significant step towards reducing environmental and health risks associated with its use. However, the repercussions of past actions proved irreversible. Vapor intrusions persisted, contaminating the surroundings where these dry cleaners once operated, particularly in close proximity to resident areas, schools, and marginalized communities. When certain chemicals are spilled or disposed of improperly, they can emit vapors that permeate through the soil, infiltrating beneath buildings and polluting indoor air. Moreover, if groundwater becomes contaminated, the spread of pollutants extends further, impacting structures and residences over a wide area. Chemicals that readily form vapors can easily disperse in the air. Among these, PCE stands out as a prime example. PCE is labeled as a probable human carcinogen by the International Agency for Research on Cancer. It's a clear liquid with a chloroform-like scent. Exposure can cause eye, skin, nose, throat, and respiratory irritation. Long-term exposure can lead to liver damage and has been linked to cancer and adverse health effects in offspring of exposed individuals. Vapor intrusion from PCE is particularly harmful in underserved communities where dry cleaner facilities are often located. This means that people in these areas, including multiple generations, are at increased risk from PCE exposure. I wanted to share some case studies that I found to support this. In case study number 1, by the New York State Department of Health revealed that despite regulations to reduce PCE emissions from dry cleaners, residential indoor air in apartments within buildings where PCE was used on site still had elevated levels of the chemical. This indicates persistent vapor intrusion affecting residents, particularly those in the marginalized community. The study highlighted the ongoing impact of PCE on residential areas, demonstrating significant health risk for those living near dry cleaning facilities. Case study number 2, the conceptual site model development and phase remedy implementation to achieve vapor screening goals at former dry cleanings, that is the title, studied illustrated severe PCE contamination in residential areas, especially in lower income communities. Here, a former dry cleaning facility caused significant soil and groundwater contamination, leading to high levels of PCE vapor intrusion in nearby homes. Concentrations reached between 900 and 1,200 micrograms per cubic meter, classifying the site as a US EPA Superfund site. This underscores the direct threat to residents' health and highlights the environmental injustice faced by marginalized communities, stressing the need for effective remediation and equitable policies. In the last case study, a meta-analysis titled PCE Exposure and Bladder Cancer Risk, a meta-analysis of dry cleaning worker studies, found that workers in dry cleaning who are directly exposed to PCE face an increased risk of bladder cancer. This study also suggests that residents living near dry cleaning facilities may be at risk of cancer due to PCE exposure. The findings emphasize the need for stringent measures to minimize PCE exposure, both for workers and for residents living near these industrial sites, highlighting the importance of regulatory actions and proper monitoring to safeguard public health. These case studies provide compelling evidence that PCE poses a significant health risk to both workers and residents, particularly those in vulnerable communities. One of DTSC's programs under the Cleanup in Vulnerable Communities initiative includes the Discovery and Enforcement, or D&D program. The D&E program focuses on prioritizing the investigation and cleanup of dry cleaning sites in communities with high cumulative environmental burdens, as indicated by their ranking in the 75th percentile or higher on Cal EnviroScreen 4.0. These sites are also chosen based on their proximity to housing and other areas where vulnerable populations may be exposed to hazardous chemicals. Under this program, there is a 1-year site plan where 112 dry cleaning facilities were chosen to be evaluated in year 1 of the program. 4 of those sites being in Stockton, 3 are in the evaluation phase, which means they are being evaluated at this time. However, the EnviroStore page for each site does not give a detailed timeline for the public. As a Cleanup in Vulnerable Communities Initiative intern, I got exposure to the Technical Assistant Grants Program, also known as TAG. The program has an online tag mapping tool, which uses the Cal EnviroScreen. And as you may be familiar, Cal EnviroScreen is a screening tool that evaluates the burden of pollution from multiple sources in communities while accounting for potential vulnerability to the adverse effects of pollution. This tool is accessible to the public to view, and it shows a map of California, highlighting the number of DTSC sites in each area. My reasoning for using the tag map was to acknowledge that in Stockton, a city where poverty rates are at 16%, and in San Joaquin County, only 13%, there are around 30 hazardous waste sites known in Stockton, not including the surrounding neighborhoods that locals consider part of the community. Although there are some dry cleaners being evaluated here, there are other environmental issues Stockton has to deal with. This includes 34 federally recognized Superfund sites, active and inactive. Superfund sites are essentially any land in the United States that has been contaminated by hazardous waste and identified by the Environmental Protection Agency as a candidate for cleanup because it poses a risk to human health and or the environment. So what makes a community vulnerable? I took this definition straight from the Department of Toxic Substances Control's website. So the definition reads, the community vulnerability refers to the aggravated effects of factors in a community, such as access to healthcare, unemployment, and linguistic isolation that increase the potential for residents to experience impacts from environmental pollution. Healthcare, unemployment, and language barriers are the main factors involved in determining a vulnerable community. Demographics are a huge indicator of a vulnerable community. The demographics listed in the middle here are directly related to what we as DTSC define what makes a community vulnerable. I use these demographics to compare California's average and Stockton to each other to show where Stockton stands compared to all of California. So in California, 12% live below the poverty line. In Stockton, 16% live under the poverty line. In California, 6.5% live with no health insurance. In Stockton, 7% live with no health insurance. In California, 21% of people are under 18. In Stockton, 27% people living under 18. In California, 44% of language other than English is spoken at home. In Stockton, 45% language other than English is spoken at home. In California, 39% identify as Latinx or Hispanics. In Stockton, 44% identify as Latinx or Hispanic. In this regard, Stockton has above average disparities and disadvantages in their communities, highlighting why this community is vulnerable. While doing my research, I gained valuable insights into the environmental cleanup efforts in the area. It was revealed that many sites in Stockton underwent cleanup procedures decades ago. While this initially seemed promising, it raises concerns about the long-term effectiveness of these remediation efforts from the past. Despite indications on DTSC's EnviroStore map suggesting that cleanups were completed, there remains a need to reassess the efficacy of these remedies and address any ongoing environmental challenges. Significant financial constraints faced by business owners, particularly smaller enterprises, were highlighted as a major issue in funding comprehensive cleanup efforts. Limited budgets and narrow profit margins often result in subpar remediation in stalled projects, exacerbating environmental risk in disadvantaged communities like Stockton. Additionally, the reluctance of wealthy developers to assume financial liabilities associated with contaminated sites leaves smaller businesses with insufficient resources to address pollution effectively. This financial disparity perpetuates environmental injustice as impoverished areas struggle with cleanup efforts hindered by economic constraints. These financial challenges can exacerbate issues. Limited budgets may impede the ability to address hazards swiftly and comprehensively, prolonging the cleanup efforts and increasing the risk of contamination spreading. The reluctance of wealthy developers to take on financial liabilities further compounds the problem, leaving disadvantaged communities to bear the burden of cleanup costs. Stockton, California faces significant environmental justice issues impacting vulnerable communities. To effectively address these disparities, here are some of my recommendations. Community engagement and participation. So facilitate meaningful engagement with local communities through town hall meetings, community forums, and outreach programs to show the community what is happening in their neighborhoods and to teach them how to navigate sites like EnviroStore or any mapping tools. Establish community advocacy boards to ensure ongoing input and collaboration in decision-making processes. Promote social media and make polls for those social medias. Strengthen communication channels within the organization and foster partnerships with other departments and agencies. Collaborate with local organizations, nonprofit, academic institutions, and other government agencies to leverage research and expertise. Some nonprofits in the area include Environmental Justice Program of Stockton. So equitable resource and staffing allocation, allocate resources and funding based on community needs and vulnerability, designate backup personnel or establish an on-call rotation system to ensure trained responders are available when cleanups in a neighborhood are being done, conduct ongoing training and preparedness exercises for staff members, and implement specialized teams to handle emergency situations if they arise. Access to information and education. Improve accessibility to environmental information through user-friendly formats and multilingual outreach materials. Conduct educational campaigns to raise awareness about environmental justice issues and available resources. Establish clear communication protocols for timely and transparent information sharing during crisis. And then policy development and enforcement. So develop and enforce policies that promote environmental justice and hold polluting industries accountable. Integrate regular drills and exercises to test and refine emergency response procedures. Prioritize hiring employees passionate about helping vulnerable communities and who have direct ties to these areas. So by addressing these recommendations, DTSC can enhance its environmental and justice initiatives and ensure more equitable outcomes for communities like Stockton. While efforts are being made to safeguard health in Stockton, it's crucial to raise awareness about the issues that make the city vulnerable and to discuss how we can better support communities that often get the short end of the stick. I chose to focus on Stockton because of my personal connection to the city and its children that I've worked with for years. However, Stockton is just one example. Many other cities face similar challenges and deserve recognition. And the people in these communities have the right to know what is going on in their homes. This concludes my presentation. Thank you for listening.
So right before we start our Q&A session, we're gonna open up a poll for everyone to answer. So I'll be providing a minute for everyone to provide their answers. I'll give a warning when there's 20 more seconds. And while this is going on, I'm just going to provide, again, those Q&A session guidelines. So again, you can use the Q&A feature to provide questions, and we'll go over them once the panelists have an opportunity to ask questions. So once we open it up to the audience, if you do want to ask a verbal question, we'll prompt you to raise your hand. And when we do, again, open it up to the audience, so when it is your turn, we'll call out your name and you can unmute yourself. Again, if you are calling in by phone, you can raise your hand by dialing *9. And then after your name is called, dial *6 to unmute yourself. And we'll close up the poll. So kind of jumping in to our Q&A session, I'm going to start taking hands from our panelists. Our first panelist is actually Tracy Duarte, so I'm going to pass it to you, Tracy.
Hi, Juliet. Thank you so much for that presentation. One of the questions that I had for you was, based on your research, has your perspective changed for community engagement?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
Based on your research, has your perspective changed for community engagement?
Yeah, so before deciding to do a project on community engagement, I kind of just assumed that there was better better engagement to the community. I have worked in Stockton for many years, and I worked with the kids there, and I just assumed that there was programs in the area that did that, and I'm sure there is, but within my own research and from what I've seen, trying to get a hold of people to see what I could have done a research paper on before this, it was really difficult for me to find people who had the knowledge on like what Stockton needed and what kind of things I could have been researching on. So in a way, yes, because it was hard for me to get in contact with people in Stockton.
Thank you, Jules, for sharing your personal experience. And, you know, it is important, all the work that's being done in Stockton, especially with all the groups that you did contact. I know that part of it is that just researching a vulnerable community that's near and dear to your heart, it's important to feel like it's protected. And I really enjoyed hearing your presentation today. I'm gonna move to the next question. And Tracy, thank you for kicking off our Q&A. The next panelist I see on my screen is Alyssa. So Alyssa, when you're ready.
Thank you so much for that great presentation. My question is actually jumping off of Tracy's question. So after going through this process, I was curious if you have advice for others who work in places or organizations like DTSC and how to best go about engaging with the community in a way that would, propagate a good relationship that would continue through the years.
A program that I noticed that DTSC does use that us interns were able to be part of that I think does a good job at this is the TAG program, the Technical Assistant Grant, because we got the opportunity to get in contact with nonprofits throughout California. And I think that other agencies could probably use that as like an example on how they could get engaged with the community. The TAG program, I don't know like a lot about it, but the main thing I know is that it gives people in different communities a chance to understand what kind of cleanup is going on. And I feel like that is already like a good example of on a way that we can engage with nonprofits in different vulnerable communities. So I guess DTSC is already kind of doing work to do that. That's like a really good example. And I think other agencies could like take that as an example.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alyssa, for the question. And also thanks, Jules, for answering. I think our team's actually going to be popping some resources regarding TAG. So TAG, the acronym stands for Technical Assistance Grants. And so if you want to learn more about our grant programs, we'll be sharing that in the chat. Moving to the next hand that I see Dr. Ahmed. I'm going to hand it off to you.
Hi, Jules. Thanks for that presentation. It was great. I was wondering if you've looked through the CEQA process that each one of our decision documents employs in reaching out to the community and public stakeholders. And I was wondering if you've looked at it, can you identify places where it can be improved? Because we do try to reach out to, we do a community survey, we do other sorts of public outreach, and how I was wondering if you have any thoughts on sort of modifying it to better suit vulnerable communities.
You brought up you said the CEQA? Is that?
Yes, it's the California Environmental Quality Act. It's
Yes.
sort of it's set up for some time, but we sort of incorporate engaging with the public through that process.
Right. Yeah, I've heard of it. For this project, I unfortunately did not look into that. So I don't think I could give like a good answer on like how I think it could be improved. Maybe like after this, if I continue this research, I would look into that to see if I could provide recommendations, but at this point, I can't really visualize what that looks like. So I'm unsure how I could like give a recommendation on that side of things.
That's all right. Thanks.
Yeah.
And kind of to just build off of that, I believe, with Jules's presentation, they were really focusing on programs that are developing or potential other government agencies and departments that could be looking at DTSC and other examples to really bolster up their programming. But I do think when it comes to the CEQA process, that's a policy change and it would be a legislative issue. So I do think our ledge team maybe even have some answers for that. But I do think that that's a great question. That might be something that we could kind of incorporate with our next cohort of interns. And maybe we can kind of build off of Jules's great work and really look into the legislative process of things. We didn't have an opportunity to do that this time, but I think that that's a great deep dive. I'm actually going to hop over to Bob. I see your hand up.
Hi, Jules. You had mentioned about looking into older cleanups in Stockton, and actually that might be a good little research project because the older cleanup standards are different from the current cleanup standards. And so that would be an interesting project to see what you found out.
Yeah, I agree. I didn't get much info. It was based off of like the research that I did, like from like the public view on like Envirostore and stuff, and within multiple like cleanups in Stockton. I think that that could be something that could be researched after, like with other interns, if we wanted to push my project and expand it. I think that that could be a good topic to like go on with this topic.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jules. We don't have any more questions from our panelists, so we're going to open it up to the audience. I do see one hand up, and I'm actually going to call out Brian Vandell. Brian, we're going to unmute you.
Thank you. Hey, Jules. Firstly, I wanted to thank you for pointing out that there are substantial inequities that endangered and disenfranchised communities seem to face with regards to toxic substance exposure. Based on the work you've done, do you have suggestions for how concerned citizens in suburban living areas, which I would presume suffer less exposure from things like PCEs and therefore have less intrinsic buy-in, do you have suggestions on how they might better spread awareness to their neighbors?
I think a big tool that we oftentimes don't think about is the internet. And I think that a lot of information gets put out on like social medias and stuff. And I think that could be a way that people could spread awareness for an issue like this. Also getting involved in like some like sort of like creating some sort of like community events maybe that are like having a booth at events that could for in more vulnerable communities, having a booth at an event where they could go up and get more information about this, and having maybe someone who is in a community that's not as vulnerable like volunteer to help be part of those events and stuff. Those are just like the things that are coming to my head right now, is like social media and maybe like reaching out to different events in the area where you could have a booth and talk to people who live there and see what their concerns are, and give them information, maybe like papers that talk about what's going on. That's what I could think of right now.
No, I appreciate those suggestions. I think participation often does kind of create a sense of agency, so I can see that working. I appreciate that.
Unmute me. Thank you. So Jules, I appreciate you answering that question. I feel like you did offer some more solutions in your slides as well on public participation, and I really appreciate you sharing your research with us. I don't see any more hands at this time. So we're gonna wrap up our Q&A, and I'm actually gonna be handing it off to Denise to kind of share our symposium resources along with what we're doing with CVCI and the Workforce Development Program. Denise, I'll hand it over to you.
Thanks, Kit. I'm Denise. I'm a public participation specialist here at CVCI, and I'm just here to bring your attention to our program. I'm going to give a quick demo for a couple of minutes and show you what we have to offer here in terms of social media and in terms of our landing page. First of all, I'm going to take you to our LinkedIn page here. This is a general DTSC website. It's just a great place where you can tune into what workforce development and cleanup in vulnerable communities is up to, and contact you can promote yourself and your profiles. All our student interns are on LinkedIn. And secondly, I'd like to bring your attention to our website here. This is Cleanup in Vulnerable Communities. We're a rather new program. If you go to Workforce Development, we have a landing page here. And this is where we'd like to call attention to people in the public who are interested in, who come from vulnerable communities or not, who would like to seek careers in environmentalism. We have our landing page here with our information on our student internship program, along with our upcoming events, which we've highlighted. We do put a huge emphasis on engagement here because we are part of the Office of Environmental Equity, and we encourage people to answer questions about what kind of environmental issues their communities are facing. And we have an engagement map that shows where our student interns are from and ways to reach out to us through email and social media. This is all linked into general DTSC for Facebook, X, and so forth. And lastly, we have our career development resources. So for folks who are curious, who aren't related, who are external members of the public, we do have links that will take you to how you can use your education. You can start off with a bachelor's, and it'll take you to careers and jobs within the state, as well as degrees in associate's degrees from 2 year colleges. We just want to say that we do have a diverse array of positions with the state, and we also have state fairs and workshops, because many people are curious about how one gets a job here with the state of California. We've given these resources to our student interns. We do give job training to our student interns. We collaborate with community-based organizations to give them resume writing workshops and interviewing skill workshops as well. And lastly, we have a more specific site here at Cal Careers for folks who have degrees in STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, to see what kind of types of job classifications are available. So we just encourage you to stop by and visit our landing page. And I also, at this portion of our symposium, would like to highlight the experience of our mentors. I'm going to stop sharing and just say how wonderful it was for student interns to work with mentors, how beneficial it is to have like a mentorship program in our organization. It's been mutually beneficial for both interns and mentors and mentees. So we put a plug out there to really promote that in company culture. We're gonna queue up a video that will show what our mentors' experiences have been like working with our student interns.
my mentees have really worked hard on their research, and being able to read and provide comments on their papers has taught me a lot. My mentees worked really hard and they wrote these amazing, really detailed, thorough research papers. And for example, the research paper about bioremediation, I feel like learning about that technique and microbial fuel cells and all these concepts that I wasn't familiar with, I'm really excited to see if I can bring some of that research into my work in pollution remediation. And one of the other papers my mentees wrote was about the connection between environmental justice and incarceration. And I feel like those lessons about environmental justice, I'm really excited to try and incorporate into my day-to-day work. My background is very much environmental science, but I have mentees who have studied public health. I have mentees who have studied computer science. And so we all kind of bring a different, unique skill set to DTSC, but we really, I feel like, come together with having that same passion for environmental protection. It was really interesting seeing mentees who studied topics that seemed very unrelated to environmental science bring like a very unique perspective to their, research and their work here. And it was really cool seeing how people of all different skill sets, with all different work histories and backgrounds, could all come together and like care about the environment.
And I'm really grateful that this was my first mentorship experience in my career. It's been rewarding to be able to work with Cassandra, my mentee, and to see all the work that she's been putting into her projects and career goals, because that's been motivating for myself. So I learned pretty early on that our time together, our mentorship time together, was more valuable when I took some time to reflect and think about what things we were going to discuss during our time. And I'm really grateful to Cassandra for learning alongside with me as she worked on her project. I was also learning how to provide more meaningful feedback that would be useful to her. One of the main similarities between us was that we're both committed to serving the communities that we're a part of. As part of CVCI, the Cleanup in Vulnerable Communities Initiative, I get to work on projects all throughout Los Angeles. And I know Cassandra's project really focused on the community that was close to her. The mentee backgrounds were again very diverse. And it was really interesting to see how each mentee was able to highlight and emphasize the communities that they worked in and that were important to them.
This is my first professional opportunity. Having a chance to mentor someone, just having that opportunity to reflect and then to provide, advice was a good opportunity for myself on how to be an effective mentor, how to be helpful in someone else's career and their own journey and path as well. I had two mentees. I had Yuli and Chandu as well. I thought that they both did a great job of taking our feedback, just receiving materials on something you don't know that much about, that someone has worked on a lot, and then trying to review that and provide productive feedback. That's something I think I'll take into my work in general.
The mentees did a good job of asking questions and wanting information. So I think that I'll try to take some of their energy and that approach into my daily work life again. I think as a mentor, I have found that the best thing is just to be real. I think sometimes you can take on this air of being like, oh, I'm a mentor, I should be saying these specific things or guiding or helping to help the mentees think in a certain way. But in reality, like, we're all humans. We've all had very different experiences that have molded us into who we are. And I think that just sharing your own life experiences helps you connect with the mentees better. We all, care about the environment, environmental justice issues, helping communities in the state. So I think having that background and just that interest to help make the world a better place, as cheesy as it sounds, I think is something that we could all relate to. I forgot how many months it was, but since it was like that extent of time, it allows for those relationships to grow. Because I feel like you have to also get comfortable with people, because there's certain things you might not just share with each other right off the bat. So I was really thankful because Josh and Jules are just both really amazing humans doing a lot of really good stuff now, and I feel like their futures are really bright. So it was just like fun to be able to get to know them and look forward to seeing where they go in their careers and in their life.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Denise. I also just want to again thank our mentors for helping us with this cohort and for just providing us again all of the support that we needed to keep this program going. I'm going to start sharing my screen with just again those DTSC resources that Denise has shared out with us. And I wanted again to thank all of you for attending today's Cleanup in Vulnerable Communities Initiative Student Internship Research Symposium. As a reminder, we will be having reconvening for tomorrow's presentation at 9 a.m. And that the presentations will be going over will be on food system policies in the Central Valley. And also we'll be talking about the public health implications and environmental impacts of lithium mining in the Salton Sea region. I do want to, again, thank our interns. I do appreciate all the work that they've done and the discussions today. We were able to explore environmental impacts and critical issues facing vulnerable communities. And we were able to explore the impacts specifically from PCE, chromium, and other emerging concerns like microplastics. I hope you all take away the education needed on these topics, how to stay informed on these issues, and the things you can do to get involved in your communities. So I do just want to say I'm looking forward to seeing you all again tomorrow. And if our presentations prompt any additional questions or comments and you'd like to share with us, you can please feel free to email us. There is the Workforce Development Program email right there on the slide. And I just, again, thank you so much. We'll see you all tomorrow. Welcome, everyone, to day 2 of the Cleanup in Vulnerable Community Initiative Student Internship Research Symposium. My name is Kit Sandhu. I'm the Workforce Development Program Coordinator here at the Department of Toxic Substances Control, and I'll be your moderator for today. The symposium will be a platform for the students to share research on vulnerable communities, raise awareness on environmental issues in these communities, and provide perspectives and recommendations from the research. As a reminder, today we'll be gauging audience knowledge and interest on topics using polls periodically during our time together. The internship has provided interns practical experience in working in their area of study, provided opportunities for outreach and qualitative research from vulnerable communities, and it has expanded interns' professional work networking and local experience and state government experience. Also work with nonprofits. It's been mutually beneficial for DTSC staff mentors as well, and we will later today hear how they've enriched, have been enriched by this opportunity to be a mentor. Today will be the last session of the symposium, and we'll be conducting a conclusion at noon. In the chat, you'll have access to the agenda and the panel introduction information. So just moving into our symposium guidelines and conducting a little bit of housekeeping. I just want to let everyone know that this meeting is being recorded and that you can be muted for background noise. The chat feature will be used to distribute information, and that this webinar is solely about the Cleanup in Vulnerable Community Initiative's Student Internship Research Symposium. So we will not be able to address other topics. There will be closed captions available. Automated closed captions have been enabled, so you can turn them off by clicking the CC icon or moving the captions box, which you can see the bar below. So refer to the bar on your Zoom window. In addition, there will be a Q&A session after each presentation. The Q&A feature will be used to accept questions to be read during the Q&A sessions. If you'd like to ask a verbal question, we will prompt you to raise your hand and when we open it up to the audience. When it is your turn, we ask that you, when we call your name, that you unmute yourself. And for those on the phone, you can raise your hand by dialing *9, and after your name is called, dial *6 to unmute yourself. I'll provide these directions again before our first Q&A. So what is CVCI? CVCI stands for the Cleanup in Vulnerable Communities Initiative. It is a multi-year investment in communities that suffer from multiple sources of contamination. And it is one of our boldest environmental justice budget initiatives in California history. So we're really proud here at DTSC to have 6 core programs for CVCI, and I'm part of one of them called Workforce Development. Our Workforce Development program was able to launch our CVCI student internships this past November. And I'm really excited to actually introduce our student intern cohort for this past year. Starting at the very top left, we have Joshua Bucks. Joshua, she's a recent graduate in environmental studies at Sacramento State University. She has applied and expanded the skills she's learned throughout college and has picked up some new ones while helping vulnerable communities. In her downtime, she likes to explore the coast, new places, new foods, tinker around with her camera, and read, especially in the company of her 2 cats, Billy and Ian. Next, we have Ulysses Yuli Arteaga, and he is a graduating senior from UC Santa Barbara, so go Gauchos. He is a 5th-year senior and majoring in geology and minoring in spatial studies. He interned with DTSC because he wants to pursue a career in public service, working for the state or a federal agency. Being a part of the science major and specifically within geology and environmental science, he has been passionate about learning about the environment. He's interested in learning how the state protects it. And in his free time, he enjoys building computers, playing video games, baking, and hiking. And we have on our right, on the first row, all the way to the right, we have Cassandra Castaneda. She'll be presenting today. She's a 2nd-year pre-engineering student at Imperial Valley College in Imperial, California. She plans to transfer to a 4-year college to pursue a degree in mechanical engineering. The internship has helped her network and gain work experience while also being a part of a group that's dedicated to promoting public health. And she enjoys community engagement and supporting her local economy. In her free time, she enjoys working with her dad to create designs and transfer them onto objects. The tools of her craft are the Cricut machine, which cuts and designs materials for sublimation printing and making shirts and tumbler designs on a heat press. On our next row, starting from the left, we have Chandrasena Khati, also goes by Chandu. He's our 3rd-year student who is a junior at Sacramento State University as well. He's majoring in computer science. He's conducted research that helps vulnerable communities while also practicing his technical skills by providing support and managing databases. In addition to that, in his downtime, he enjoys playing ping pong with his friends. And our next intern is Juliet Mendoza, and they're a senior majoring in environmental studies who recently graduated from Sacramento State University as well. They've learned about projects within DTSC and gained skills while doing their work. They've enjoyed meeting and working with like-minded people, and in their free time, they're a drag performer. They like altering used clothing and making them unique by airbrushing, patchworking, and upcycling them. They also love to roller skate. And last but not least, we actually have our first presenter today, and we have Tyler Smith. He's a 1st-year graduate student from UCLA's Master of Public Health. This internship has provided him with connections between environmental health and knowledge of the classroom with professional work experience. In his free time, he's been able to enjoy reading, spending time with his 2 needy cats, and enjoying the outdoors. So I'm really excited to have you all be able to hear both Cassandra and Tyler today. We've had the pleasure of experiencing Joshua and Jendu's and Jules's presentations yesterday, and we couldn't have done it without our mentors. Our internships program just wouldn't be complete without the support of our DTSC staff mentors who volunteered this past year. So I do just want to take a moment to thank all of our DTSC mentors and for their time, for sharing their experiences and coaching that they offered the students. I'll start off, we have Jamal Jaffer. We were also joined in by Naomi Ral, Catherine Meyer, and Stephen Wong. They're all environmental scientists and they work for the Site Mitigation and Restoration Program under DTSC. And today we'll be joined in by our invaluable staff panel. We have Farouk Ahmed, who's a senior hazardous substances engineer. We're also joined by Alyssa Demko, who's an environmental scientist. And we also have Dr. Valerie Hanley, who's a senior toxicologist. We're also joined by Robert Krug, who's our senior environmental scientist. And last but not least, we have Tracy Fuerte. She's going to be also on introducing our next speaker. She's our staff services manager here at DTSC. And I'm really excited to just hand it off to Tracy to get the ball rolling. So Tracy, I'll hand it off to you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Kit, for the honor of introducing our new Chief Deputy Director, Craig Scholler, this morning. Craig has served as the Chief Deputy Director of DTSC since 2013. Since 2023. Craig is no stranger to the California Environmental Protection Agency, having served as Cal EPA's Deputy Director for Legislative Affairs since 2021. Prior to that appointment, he served in the Office of State Assemblymaker Mark Stone from 2012 to 2021, representing the Monterey Bay Area and working on issues related to the environment, energy, water, and climate change. Over that time, Craig's roles evolved from senior legislative aide to legislative director to chief of staff. Before joining California State Assembly in 2012, Craig worked as an analyst for the Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors. Craig is a Central Coast native, born and raised in Watsonville, where his family shared long ties to the agricultural community. He has a bachelor's in politics from the University of California, Santa Cruz, and now lives in Sacramento. Please join me in welcoming Craig Scholler.
Thank you, Tracy, and thank you, Kit. Appreciate the warm welcome and the introduction. And also thank you for letting me open up today's conversation. So welcome everybody to the second day of our CVCI Student Internship Research Symposium. This two-day event covers various topics in environmental science. And these topics have been inspired by our participants' own experiences in their own communities. Our student interns explored impacts from PCE, chromium, and other emerging concerns like microplastics, and they brought awareness to the challenges that we are going to face and have to address to serve our communities. Today, we are going to dive deeper into different impacted communities. We're going to be looking closer at different demographics and exploring the role of agricultural practices in both the Central Valley and Imperial Valley, and I believe some other industrial practices as well. The hope for today is to gain a better understanding of the communities we serve and the intersectionality of issues that our different regions face. Our internship program is committed to fostering diversity, equity, and inclusion at all levels by providing opportunities for students from different backgrounds. We ensure that a wide range of perspectives are represented in our research and advocacy efforts. Staff have worked on this internship program and symposium to ensure that we provide an equitable workforce development opportunity for these interns and future interns that also includes our efforts from our volunteer mentors. And I know Kit mentioned the mentors we have, and I just want to acknowledge the work that they've done, shining a spotlight on the invaluable role that these mentors have played in guiding and shaping the work of our student interns, and I think the future of this program as well. These mentors have not only have expertise, but have also inspiration, support, empowering interns, and making meaningful contributions to the environmental justice work and communities that we are responsible for. Many of our staff also volunteer their time helping interns navigate challenges with their research projects and helping them develop essential skills for their future careers. Through their guidance, we hope our interns have gained firsthand experience in addressing environmental injustices and exposure on the work needed to drive positive change in their respective communities. Through mentorship and the work done with our interns, we have the ability to amplify voices of underrepresented communities and bring awareness to the work that still needs to be done. By empowering these interns to become advocates for environmental justice, we work towards creating a more equitable and sustainable future for all. As we continue our discussions today, let us remain mindful of the impacts that mentorship and diversity have for our collective efforts. We ask that you share insights you learned today with your respective organizations, friends, and families. Together, we can work towards building a more just and inclusive society where everyone has access to environmental health. So thank you all for your dedicated time and work, the interns and the mentors and the staff around this. And I'm really looking forward to today's discussion. And I know yesterday's left a really meaningful impact on a lot of folks who participated, including the director. So I'm looking forward to today's conversation as well. And I just want to add that I greatly appreciate everyone's dedication and participation to this work. It has been, in my short time here with the department, it has been very eye-opening, the level of commitment and expertise not only our staff have, but the advocates and the communities that we work with. And I hope that, and I know that extends to the interns that were part of this program and that we're hearing from over these 2 days. And I just look forward to that continued work. So I will turn it back over to our team here, and I believe we're ready to hear from one of our interns, and we're looking forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Craig. And that speech was wonderful. It really highlights the work that we're trying to do here within CVCI, but also as a department. I just wanted to take a moment to just emphasize that all of the presentations that have been done are really focused on vulnerable communities. And our next presenter is actually focusing on a community that so oftentimes does get overlooked. And when we define vulnerable, we might overlook them because of a multitude of reasons. And so Tyler's presentation is going to be focused on the Central Valley, but specifically food systems and incarcerated people. So I'm really excited to have Tyler start sharing his presentation. Tyler, when you're ready, please pull up your slides, and we're excited to see you start.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tyler Smith, and I'm here to present my research on food systems in California's correctional facilities. Growing up in Porterville, California, in Tulare County, I have seen firsthand the impact of environmental issues on marginalized populations. The Central Valley is home to 16 of the 35 adult California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation sites. This connection drives my passion for exploring how integrating sustainable practices within correctional facilities can reduce environmental impacts as well as promote social justice. Today, we'll examine the current state of food systems in these facilities, the innovative programs making a difference, and the broader implications for environmental sustainability. The work highlights the critical intersection of these areas and provides a roadmap for future improvements. So first off, here's a disclaimer. The information presented today is based on the research I have conducted during my time as an intern for DTSC. I have conducted my research from an outside view as a public citizen and does not reflect DTSC's position or views. My personal views and opinions are reflected in the research materials I am about to share with you all right now. So this is just a little bit of gist about me. So again, I am from Porterville, California, in Tulare County, where this little red pin is, if no one knows where that is. It's right in the middle of Bakersfield and Fresno. Some would say this is the best part of the state. But yeah, I'm a first generation college grad where I got my degree from Cal Poly San Luis Obispo in agriculture and environmental plant sciences. And then I am currently a master's student at UCLA pursuing an environmental health sciences, master's of public health degree. So here's an overview of what we'll be going over today, just from the introduction, methods and materials, results, and then finally implications and conclusions of this research project. So food waste is a significant global issue with profound implications for the environment as well as public health. It refers to the loss of all the resources used in producing, processing, transporting, as well as storing food. So my objective of my research project was to first identify sustainable food system practices that can reduce environmental impacts, as well as promote social justice within California's correctional sites. Secondly, was to evaluate the effectiveness of these practices in enhancing both the rehabilitation of incarcerated individuals and the overall health of the community. And then one of my 5 research questions that I did actually have was, how can integrating sustainable food systems within California's correctional facilities reduce environmental impacts as well as promote social justice while supporting the rehabilitation of these incarcerated population? So here's a quick poll question for you all. It is, what percentage of food waste is lost in the United States?
So here are the results from the poll. So we have about 75% it's tied with about 30 to 40%. And then do you want me to close it out, Tyler?
Yeah, sure. Okay. Yeah, thanks. Thank you for that. Yeah, so it looks like about 30% of y'all were right. So 1/3 of all food produced, which is around 30 to 40% range, is lost or wasted in the United States, making food waste the most common material found in landfills. Food waste contributes significantly to greenhouse gas emissions. In the United States, food waste accounts for 170 million metric tons of CO2 every year, more than the emissions of 42 coal-fired power plants. This waste comprises of 24% of landfill and around 22% of combusted municipal solid waste. Addressing food waste is critical in mitigating climate change and conserving resources as well. When food waste decomposes in landfills, it generates methane, a greenhouse gas that is 28 to 36 times more potent than CO2 over a 100-year period. And then here's just a little statistic showcasing around how much food waste is generated at a correctional site. So it's just showcasing that around 30% of the total food waste or the total waste is particularly food waste. So food systems and environmental justice are deeply intertwined. Correctional facilities are often located in marginalized communities that are disproportionately affected by environmental degradation. Implementing sustainable food systems within these facilities can promote environmental justice by reducing waste, lowering emissions, as well as improving food security. California, home to approximately 115,000 incarcerated individuals, face unique challenges in managing this waste. The prison industrial complex in California includes state prisons, county jails, federal prisons, as well as ICE detention sites. This extensive network presents significant administrative as well as operational challenges, especially in food. Affected food waste in prison can address this problem. Enhancements in meal planning, educational initiatives on waste reduction, and implementing composting or food donation can reduce environmental impacts and offer rehabilitation programs. Ensuring these practices do not exploit incarcerated labor or reinforce the prison industrial complex is a vital component. From a restorative environmental justice perspective, addressing food waste in prisons can promote rehabilitation as well as personal growth. By implementing sustainable food systems in correctional facilities, we can promote environmental justice, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and support rehabilitating incarcerated individuals. This approach helps address broader social and environmental injustices while providing meaningful opportunities for those within the prison system. So now we're going to take a look at the methods and materials that I utilized over the scope of my research project. So the research employed a comprehensive approach, combining document analysis and stakeholder outreach. I reviewed various sources, including academic studies, government reports, and policy documents to understand the landscape of food waste management on correctional sites. So the research involved 3 main components. So first was a comprehensive document analysis. This allowed me to understand the current landscape of food waste management in correctional facilities and identify best practices and areas for improvement. Second, stakeholder outreach. This provides valuable qualitative insights into the practical challenges and the opportunities of implementing sustainable practices in correctional sites as well. Lastly was academic and conference programs. This helped me integrate emerging trends and innovative solutions into my overall analysis of the research. And then this is just showcasing the organizations that I contacted during the time. So they just range from UC Davis, UCLA, University of California Agriculture and Natural Resources, to some nonprofits such as Insight Garden Program, California Alliance for Community Composting. So yeah, just showcasing where some of the material came from and people that actually helped me out throughout this journey. So now let's take a look at the results of this research. So the findings highlight the significant potential of integrating sustainable practices within correctional sites. This represents a critical step towards environmental stewardship and a transformative approach to waste management within the correctional system overall. So the Insight Garden Program is a key example of successful sustainable practices in correctional sites. From January to March of just this year, the Insight Garden Program diverted 1,800 pounds of food waste just at one site and donated substantial quantities of the harvest to local food banks. The programs offer therapeutic and educational opportunities, including emotional process work, ecotherapy, and developing communication, leadership, as well as community skills. These initiatives foster personal growth and environmental stewardship among participants. The comprehensive training ensures that participants are equipped with marketable green sector skills upon reentry into society and have the personal resilience required to succeed. And then this on your guys' right is just showcasing what the participants kind of go through during their training during the program. And then this map is just highlighting where the Insight Garden Program are specifically at the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation throughout the state. So just highlighting that the majority of them are in the Central Valley, where the majority of California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation sites are. And then, yeah, just showcasing there is one in the Bay Area and then one in the Mojave, kind of in the Southern California region. So the University of California Agricultural and Natural Resources Master Gardener Prison Farms is another significant program, which transforms prison yards into productive farms. These programs teach incarcerated individuals about sustainable agriculture, providing valuable skills, and improving their chances of successful reintegration into society. The farms do not just produce food, they serve as living classrooms where incarcerated individuals gain practical skills that support rehabilitation. These programs also contribute to local food security by also donating produce to nearby sites, demonstrating the broader societal benefits of integrating sustainability into correctional sites. The holistic approach supports environmental sustainability and social rehabilitation, creating a positive impact beyond prison walls. And then again, this is just highlighting where the University of California Agriculture and Natural Resources correctional sites are, where they work on the prison farms. So yeah, it just makes sense why they're more secluded in the Northern California part, just because University of California Agriculture and Natural Resources is based out in UC Davis, which is in the Delta area, like right over here. So yeah, it just makes sense why they're more secluded in Northern California. So now let's take a look at my home county of Tulare County. So this is a specific case examination that illustrates the economic and environmental impacts of these programs. The project saves the taxpayers roughly $1.2 million a year by reducing external food purchases and waste disposal fees. It provides incarcerated individuals with valuable agricultural skills, demonstrating a successful model of sustainability as well as rehabilitation. The program highlights the potential for similar initiatives to create significant cost savings while providing environmental stewardship and promoting educational opportunities for the incarcerated population. So finally, let's take a look at the implications as well as the conclusions of my research project. So the research underscores the critical role of sustainable practices in promoting environmental and social justice. Programs like the Insight Garden Program and University of California Agricultural and Natural Resources Master Gardener Prison Farms demonstrates that sustainability can enhance rehabilitation, reduce environmental impacts, as well as support the overall community health. So sustainable practices in high security facilities presents unique challenges. Security measures often restrict gardening activities, requiring adaptations like see-through composting bins to ensure compliance with safety protocols. Security concerns may prevent incarcerated individuals from consuming the produce that they grow, leading to donations to local food banks instead. Overcoming these challenges requires innovative solutions, as well as close collaboration with security personnel. We can ensure that these programs operate without compromising safety by developing some security compliant gardening, composting, and conducting training sessions for security staff. These efforts highlight the importance of balancing security with sustainability, demonstrating that it is possible to promote environmental stewardship in the most restrictive environments, specifically in California. So looking to the future, the potential for expanding sustainable practices within correctional facilities is extremely vast. The hope is to broaden the reach of programs like the Insight Garden Program and University of California Agriculture and Natural Resources across the state. However, it is critical to ensure that these initiatives do not become a form of greenwashing within the prison industrial complex. True sustainability includes genuine efforts to improve the well-being of incarcerated individuals and the overall environmental impact of facilities, rather than simply creating a facade of environmental responsibility. So we can leverage support from government cooperations, including continued grant funding, such as CalRecycle's Community Composting for Green Spaces grant program. We can ensure that these initiatives are adapted to meet the diverse needs of different facilities. The grant program aims to increase the number and capacity of small-scale composting programs in green spaces of disadvantage as well as low-income communities. Ensuring sustainable practices are successfully implemented into correctional sites. Second would be advocating for policy changes at state as well as the national level to support integrating sustainable practices in all correctional facilities nationwide. And then lastly would be enhancing programs to support incarcerated individuals' reintegration by providing certifications and training recognized outside of the correctional process. Collaborating with educational institutions and industry partners to certify skills-gaining gardening, composting, and other sustainability practices will aid in post-release employment opportunities. Workforce development programs can equip individuals with valuable skills, supporting their successful reintegration into society, while also reducing relapse rates. So while learning about certificates at these sites, I wondered if there could be an educational collaboration between the University of California, California State University, or even the California community colleges for agriculture as well as STEM degrees. Currently, these systems offers degrees at correctional sites, mainly in social sciences like sociology. So a potential workforce development initiative could be introducing science degrees with these food system programs. So as we look into the future, we must recognize the importance of continued research in advancing sustainable practices within correctional sites. Here are some areas of future research. One, longitudinal impact. So conducting long-term studies to evaluate the environmental, economic, and social impacts of these programs. This includes assessing reductions in greenhouse gas emissions and cost savings from waste diversion. Second would be program expansion to implement sustainable practices across various types of correctional sites, ensuring flexibility to different security levels as well as facility types. And then finally, collaborating with California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation to develop and implement sustainable food systems and rehabilitation programs statewide. Oh, and then here's the final poll question for you all. It's more of a personal question. So what are your biggest concerns regarding this topic?
So we'll set a timer for a minute and I'll let you all know when we have about 20 seconds left and close out the poll. And we'll close out the poll now.
Okay. Yeah, so I would say the majority did click A, but me personally, I would have chose all of the above. Just because I feel like there's a lot of problems concerning this topic. But yeah, that was pretty cool to see what everyone thought. And then yeah, so before concluding, I want to acknowledge and express my gratitude to DTSC, as well as the organizations and individuals who have made this research possible. Thank you to my advisors, Naomi and Kit, for your guidance throughout this process. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tyler. So we're going to actually have one exit poll for everyone, and we'll be sharing that out right now. Again, you'll have a minute to answer. So while we're doing that, I'm going to just provide some Q&A session guidelines again with everyone. So just as a reminder, we'll be having our Q&A session right after this poll. The Q&A is first going to be open to our panelists. After our panelists, we'll be opening it up to the audience. So you can use the Q&A feature to in your Zoom, and we'll accept questions to be read during that time. If you'd like to ask a verbal question, we will prompt you to raise your hand when we open it up to the audience. And so when it is your turn, we'll call out your name and unmute you. For those on the phone, you can raise your hand by dialing dialing *9, and then after your name is called, dial *6 to unmute yourself. So those are just some guidelines. We'll be closing out the poll right now and switching over to our panelists. We'll start off with Alyssa. Do you have a question for Tyler?
Thank you so much for a great presentation, Tyler. And I want to commend you on your paper, which I had the pleasure of reading. It was not only very well written and interesting, but you touched on a lot of really important topics, both today and in your paper regarding, the intersection between food systems and incarcerated populations and environmental justice. So one of the questions I had, you touched on it a little bit in your presentation, but I was curious about these programs. You mentioned multiple programs that are really great and provide a lot of benefits. Do any of them extend post-incarceration, or did you find other programs that are designed kind of in the sustainability or farming, agriculture sectors that help individuals in these facilities transition out and use those skills that they're gaining?
Yeah, so I feel like that would have been an important slide that I probably should have put on here, but yeah, there is a nonprofit called Planting Justice that's based out in the Bay. So they actually provide kind of like a sustainability jobs to people that are released. Yeah, so they do a lot of work regarding food security jobs. So it's honestly a really cool non-profit that I actually learned about from a book that I read in the summer of last year. So yeah, that's kind of why I knew about this topic, is just because that book, I was just a really good kind of jumpstart to this basically.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks.
We actually, thanks for sharing, Tyler. We popped the Planting Justice link in the chat. So if anyone wants to check out them, their URLs in the chat for everyone.
Yeah, one thing to note too, so the Insight Garden program, you can also volunteer there. So I feel like that is something that I probably should have put in there as well. So if anyone wants to, go to these sites, you can also contact them. I can upload the link onto the chat as well for the Insight Garden program.
Yeah, we can definitely put that in the chat. I see a few more hands from our panelists. Our next panelist is Dr. Valerie Hanley.
Hi, Tyler. That was such a great talk. This is definitely a topic that I was not at all aware about, and really loved hearing about it. Really great job with your presentation. I did have a question about how they recruit people to join the programs, if it
Mhm.
really is all about skill development. I guess kind of going back to that thought about prison labor, you know, are they getting people in there that already have, you know, a background in agriculture and now they're kind of getting in some ways free labor, or is it truly a I mean, I'm sure in some ways it's developmental, but I just wonder if that is how they consider that, how they pick people to join the program.
Yeah, so I am not entirely aware how the application process works, but I know that for the Insight Garden program, that in particular, that it runs multiple times throughout the year. So I know their classrooms, they said it was around 20. But yeah, it's more of like they're therapeutic more instead of like the prison labor, I guess. So it's like more of like a personal yeah, I would just say it's more of like a personal classroom kind of like experience, and not like kind of like yeah, not, I guess, like a slave labor
Right.
kind of context, you know what I mean? So
Yeah, for sure.
yeah.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
reminds me a lot of like the firefighters, right? They get a lot of
Mhm,
personal value out of doing that and a
Yeah.
lot of training. I loved your idea of the partnership with the universities. I mean, obviously universities are already involved, but in
Mhm.
earning degrees, I think that would be incredible. I hope
Oh,
that
yeah.
that is continue, you know, that somebody actually takes that, because I think that's where you really see that skill development, really give people opportunities once they get out.
Yeah. So that was actually one of the questions that I had, but I guess some of the challenges, because currently they offer degrees in liberal arts and soc, but they said that if they were to offer degrees specifically in like biology or like some sort of like, you know, STEM, that it's hard to kind of have that lab part of like school like on site. So they said that's kind of the main part, but at the same time we were in COVID Zoom school for a long time. So I could see that working out, you know, if they kind of do like a Zoom school lab. But yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks.
Well, thank you for the question. I feel like that's actually going to foster a lot of discussion. I hope of our attendees, if there is anything that inspires you, again, we'll share contact information at the very end. But if there is anything that you want to be prompted on or need further information about references, you can always email us at the Workforce Development Program email. I do want to make sure we have enough time, so I'm going to go to our next hand. I have Bob. I saw your hand up next.
Thank you. Good project, because I didn't know about those programs either, and they sound really good. And I can't show my space because I'm blocked on the video right now. But anyway, I think, you know, this is only really for rural area prisons, and definitely not city prisons, because you're going to require a lot of acreage for the farm, the gardening. Just, I assume that's true. But the question you mentioned, the food goes toward a donation. And so the prison would not get any funds for all this work for the food. And I was wondering, is that always the case, or could there be a way that they could sell it to reduce the cost of the prisons?
Yeah, so just for clarification on your question, it's regarding like the food donation, when the programs, when they like donate the food, is that kind of what it's gearing towards?
Yeah, because you know, I'm sort of looking at the cost benefit, also the programs. I mean, they're great programs. I was just wondering, would the prison be able to sell the food instead of donate?
Ooh, see, I am not entirely aware if they could sell the food, because I guess that question never came up during the research, but that's honestly a great question. I don't know, just since it's kind of the nonprofits that are kind of doing like this composting work with the incarcerated population on these sites. So I don't know if it's technically like the prison's jurisdiction to like sell this, you know, the food that they grow, just because I don't know if it's would be entirely the prisons or if it's kind of the nonprofits. But yeah, that's honestly a great question. Yeah, but I'm not entirely sure to respond to that one.
And I think that that's a fair question. I mean, part of what Dr. Valerie had brought up was, you know, if we are going to be asking that these individuals have to conduct labor, you know, should they be compensated if they are going to be selling? So I think that there's a lot of like issues that would have to be resolved, Bob, if they were to decide to sell. And I do think that that's, again, as Tyler mentioned, how would that play into the nonprofit model? And, you know, does that deter the work that's being done? Is it truly, you know, intrinsically and genuine work, or are we now adding it for profit margins? So I think that, you know, really focusing on the fact that we're trying to promote programs that are focusing on vulnerable communities and really focusing on these incarcerated individuals to thrive and be reintroduced to society in a more productive way by even offering different training opportunities, as Tyler mentioned. That would probably be the better route than seeking out profits. But it is an interesting question. You know, as the programs expand, it could go a lot of different ways. And I did just want to thank you for the question. I think it does, it opens up a Pandora's box, but I want to move on to our next.
Nothing is free.
Right.
True.
And we have another hand from our panelist, Dr. Ahmed. I'll hand it off to you.
Hi, Tyler. I found the
Hi.
presentation pretty illuminating as well. So a very interesting topic. I was just wondering, I mean, I also had a question about, you know, you mentioned the certification programs. Is there any initiative to sort of normalize it or make it uniform across all these different programs so that, you know, it can be more equally assessed? And, you know, another question was, you know, as far as the classes are concerned, you mentioned some Zoom classes like soil science, things like that. Might be very useful to the incarcerated individuals who are participating in this program. So I was just wondering what the spectrum of classes are there, or are there no classes so far, or whatever?
Yeah, so if we're referring to like schools like the University of California or like Cal State, they don't offer classes particularly like regarding like food and like STEM. So that connection's not there yet, but the only certifications that I did find was at the Tulare County Jail. And yeah, they were a little brief. They just told me they were certificates that they kind of gained throughout their time there. So yeah, again, I would say it would be better because I don't know if it's more, I don't know if coming from like an outside view, I don't know how you kind of weigh like a certificate from a gel versus like, let's say like from like a UC or like a Cal State, you know, that I feel like would help once you're basically like released back out. Like, I don't know, I just feel like a Cal State or like a UC certificate or a degree would 100% help more than kind of like just a county jail degree certificate and like ag. But yeah.
And I agree, Tyler. I think that part of it is, and I'm sorry for interjecting. I just think that
no, it's fine.
Like you said, having a you know an affiliated partner and having a UC that's accredited or a state school or even CC would add legitimacy to a program. And I think you did mention there is some programs. Did you say what majors that they are? Did you say social sciences?
Yeah. So the first program actually was in Cal State Los Angeles. And they offered degrees back in 2021. So they offered a BA in liberal studies and I believe sociology, but the California Community Colleges offers degrees that kind of range before 2021. But yeah, but now I believe it's UC Irvine that also is a part of the UCs that are currently offering a sociology degree, I believe, in San Diego prison down there. But
Right.
yeah.
So as far as the metrics are concerned, I was thinking about like the planting cycle, right? The crop you choose has a certain duration for it to, mature and whatnot. So how many planting cycles has a person participated in or whatnot, or for what type of crop, things like that. So those are sort of the things I was wondering if you had thought about, as far as developing some sort of a certificate. But I don't think it's gone that far yet. That's from what I understand. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. I think that, again, just the fact that, Tyler, those are great recommendations. We should look into seeing what other workforce pipelines there could be in the state to kind of connect those individuals with our partnering agencies and other organizations, and especially our universities. I do think that that's future work that could be done. And I do have one more panelist hand up. Tracy, I'm gonna hand it off to you.
Hi, Tyler.
Hi.
Tremendous work. I just think that this presentation has been very thought-provoking and just eye-opening, and it's very complex and just has a lot of multiple layers, from sustainability to the experience and the labor portion of the inmate to when they come out. There's just so many layers. And just from my previous experience working in workforce development with another state agency, San Diego, they also have certification programs. And so there is some connecting of dots that I see in this space for workforce development in the local areas. When they do come out, they do have like job readiness, and then how to use the certificates that they received in there. So there's a lot of work being done in that space, but it's dependent upon the local boards and what their initiatives are. So just raising that level of consciousness and awareness amongst DTSC and our public audience today. Again, just kudos, just wanted to give that comment. On another note though, now that you've kind of shared, the why in regards to, I know Tulare is your area.
Yeah.
Doing this research and like your studies in public health, like has that impacted your view on where your career path is going to go, or what kind of reflection did this bring for you in regards to like work-wise in for your job growth in doing this research?
Yeah, so that's honestly a great question. Yeah, so I eventually want to go back to my like hometown. So and I eventually want to get a job that pertains kind of in like ag. So I feel like this is an important lens that that you honestly should see if you are going to like return back to a place where this is occurring at. So yeah, I would just say it kind of created just a new lens when I just do like work. Basically, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Tyler. And thank you, Tracy, for that question. I'm gonna say we have one more panelist, or actually, Denise, I see your hand up.
Hey, Tyler. Great job with your presentation. I just had a question on one of your slides where you're talking about security measures and prison inmates being unable to consume the food that they grow because of various security measures. And I'm wondering why that would be prohibitive to them growing the food that eating the food that they've grown.
Yeah, so that was one of my questions too. I was like, I just thought it was kind of strange, just because I feel like there's no harm if you eat like a fruit or something that you grow. But I guess they said it depends on the security site there. So I believe if it was like a security level that was like a max detention facility, it was like a security problem, I don't know, it was just really, it was kind of strange. Like, I feel like that concept was a little strange to hear about, just because I don't feel like there's any harm if you eat, if you're just going to eat food, like, how is there harm in that? But yeah, it basically just depends on like site to site, wherever the food is grown at, basically.
Thank you for sharing, Tyler. And
Yeah, thanks.
again, I think that there's just a lot to explore. And I think that in terms of just more questions you have, we're going to be opening it up to the general audience. So I'm going to take hands first from our participants. I'll start off with Ori Rowe. We'll be unmuting you.
Hi, Tyler. Thank
Hi.
you so much for your presentation. This is absolutely fascinating, and there's a lot of exciting aspects of it. I guess my question was touched on by a lot of the other people, but I was just wondering if you knew if there were any kinds of protections to keep the incarcerated people from being exploited. I was also wondering if I know we talked about, possible ethical concerns of paying the incarcerated people for if the food was getting donated or not, but I mean, labor is labor, and whether the food is donated or they eat it, do you know if they are being compensated?
Yeah, so I believe in these programs, they're more of like a volunteer basis. So you're not kind of required to participate. But yeah, this was a main thought that I thought of like this whole time. There was a study, or not there was a report by ABC News back in January, and it was talking about the exploited incarcerated labor, particularly in Kern County, and how they actually go out to like private farms, and they like basically have to like work on these like farms. So this is not, I hope this is like nothing to do with that, what I've like shown here. So yeah, these are just more of like a private or they're more of like a nonprofit, like a volunteer work, not in the sense like, okay, we're gonna send you out to the fields and like do all this bad stuff. So yeah, this has nothing to do with that. So yeah.
Got you.
Yeah,
All
thanks.
right. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
And I do think that we'll be sharing the resources for these nonprofits. And Ori, I encourage you to kind of look into it deeper if you want to learn more. I do think that the work that Tyler is really focusing on with the nonprofits, and especially the work that they're doing specifically on providing those extra opportunities is quite different than what you may have heard. But again, we'll share those resources with you and everyone else in the chat. As for our next question, I have Reiko Modest, and we'll unmute you. And I apologize if I butchered your name.
Oh, no worries. Can you hear me? It's Reiko Modest. So here there. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Tyler.
Hi.
Just a question about what are some of your thoughts, I imagine, Tyler, surrounding some of the most recent budget cuts within the general fund at DTSC? I imagine some of those cuts could possibly impact any current or new grant programs surrounding this that need or require support. And this is such a good, I just want to echo everything everyone else said. This is really fascinating information and really beneficial for the globe. But what are your thoughts? Yeah.
Yeah, so regarding the budget cuts throughout the state, I know these nonprofits, they do rely on state grants, which, yeah, I guess that would do some harm there.
And to kind of actually interject here, for the general fund, particularly, that's an issue that's like ongoing, and it's really specific to state departments in terms of grants and things of that nature that are specific with nonprofits. that work isn't really done at DTSC. So we can't really comment on that. That would have to be specifically directed towards the nonprofits, and they can kind of explain if they're having any grants or budget cuts. But in terms of work that needs to be done, we agree that there's a lot of good work that's being done by nonprofits and also our sister agencies and departments. But in terms of just budget cuts and things of that nature, we really can't comment for it. So I apologize, Tyler, for interjecting.
Oh, no,
I just
no, it's
want
fine.
to make you feel like you have to respond to this one. And Reiko, I hope we can offer some clarity. So if you do want to follow up with us on any of those particular questions about budget, or if you have any more curiosity about where we're planning on expanding our funding or expanding our programming, we're more than happy to share with you. So I'll again share that workforce development email. I monitor it personally, so I'll be sure to respond.
Gotcha.
And then for our next question, we have Ashley. Ashley will unmute you.
Good morning. Can you hear me? I think it was
Yes.
a little bit delayed.
Not a
Hi,
problem.
my name's Ashley. Tyler, your presentation was so wonderful. I actually worked as a probation officer in a facility, and so I really appreciate you bringing this up. So at the detention facility that I worked at, we did have a garden program, and I wish that it had been as large enough to sustain like food production for the kitchen, but it's more kind of like the level that that you're talking about regarding therapy.
Mhm.
And I can attest it was a huge success in our detention facility. The inmates that were involved with this program just found like a lot of self-worth and really enjoyed the program. And there was a question earlier, someone had asked like how inmates are typically selected for these types of programs because they are voluntary. It's not a forced thing. It's typically based on behavior. So it's going to be first based on their security classification and whether they're like max or if they're able to like be utilizing different tools, that kind of thing, just based on their past crimes that they're incarcerated for. And additionally, like good behavior, like how are they getting along with other inmates in their unit kind of thing. So I appreciate that question. And I really enjoyed your suggestion for excess food being donated to different nonprofits and shelters and that kind of thing. I wish that was something that the detention facility I worked for had done, because I can personally attest there was always so much food waste from our kitchen and excess, and I would literally just see it dumped in the trash 3 times a day. Exactly, unfortunate. So I would hope that this would be something that could maybe be brought up to detention facilities, because it is a huge issue, and like we can use some of it for these therapeutic garden programs. However, I do have to agree with you. I think that it would probably be best just going the donation route, because I just see like a lot of issues maybe arising if there's some type of system put in place where it's trying to be sold, just specifically from like a gang standpoint. As you probably are aware, there's like a lot of issues with gang agitation, and also just basically trying to sell products in jails. Like I've seen lots of random things be sold. So I think that like taking this food source and kind of making it into a profitable thing for the inmates would actually probably cause more issues. But I think that volunteering that food up for these nonprofits would be the best route to go, just for safety and also just for emotional and mental health too. Because I can't tell you how many people that I've worked with that have just been so thankful for these garden programs because it gets them out of their cell. They actually get to feel like soil and sun on their face, like things that they don't get to do all the time. So it's definitely like a privilege kind of thing. And I guess my question to you would be, do you plan on going to different detention facilities, like with some of your ideas? Because I know for a fact that there would be some administration staff that would be very open to these ideas.
Yeah, so that's a great question. So the Insight Garden program, they invited me to actually go out to one of the facilities in the Mojave. I believe that was California State Prison, Los Angeles County. They invited me to go there to kind of like, see what they do. But yeah, regarding talking to the administrators at these sites, I don't know. Like, I personally don't know. I don't know how, in a sense, because I feel like these nonprofits have already kind of approached them and kind of talked to them about this. I would hope. So yeah, I don't know if my if I could really do that in a sense, if I don't kind of have the authority within these site or these programs.
Right, totally get it. Well, I
Yeah.
think your idea is wonderful, and I definitely think that somehow it should be proposed to different detention facilities
Oh, yeah.
because it made a massive difference. Like, just these programs, they're very important, and they do give inmates, especially inmates that are trying to better their lives and truly trying to make a difference. Like, it gives them those opportunities to be able to like showcase their efforts and see
yeah.
literally the fruits from their labor, which is a wonderful thing. So just thank you
Yeah.
so much for your presentation. I really
Yeah,
appreciate all
thanks.
the research you did on this. Great job, Tyler.
Thanks.
And yes, great job, Tyler. Also, thank you, Ashley, for sharing.
Yeah.
I think we're learning a lot about this topic. And again, I just wanted to reiterate that the workforce development email is in the chat. And so if you need to refer to it, I'll also be providing it at the very end. So that does wrap up our Q&A session. Thank you again, Tyler, for presenting, and you did such a great job. I'm gonna actually hand it off to Denise, and she'll be letting us know about our break.
Hi, everyone. This is Denise. At this time, we're gonna adjourn and have for a break. We're gonna adjourn for a 15-minute break. I'm gonna set the timer up.
Thank you, Kit, so much for that short introduction. Welcome, everyone, and good morning. Thank you so much for attending this symposium. And I'm very happy to be in attendance today and presenting my student research project that I have conducted under DTSC. So as such, my presentation's focus today is the upcoming lithium mining project within the Imperial County. But before we begin, of course, I would first like to give a quick public disclaimer. The information presented today is based on the research that I myself have conducted during my time as an intern for DTSC. I have conducted my research from an outside view as a public citizen, and this does not reflect DTSC's positions or views. My personal views and opinions are reflected in the research materials I'm about to share with you this morning. So as such, I would like to introduce myself. Once again, my name is Cassandra Castañeda, and I am currently a student assistant for the Department of Toxic Substances Control, also known as DTSC. So a little bit about me before we jump into the main portion. I reside here in the Imperial County, thus bringing upon my love for this project as well, as it also resides in Imperial County, my hometown. I went to school. I am currently in school in Imperial Valley College, which is located in Imperial, California. I am a second-year college student with a major in pre-engineering. And as Kit has stated, I hope to gain a mechanical engineering degree once I transfer to Arizona State University, thus bringing along my long-term career goal of Disney Imagineering, also known as mechanical engineering, to assist in the restoration of either older rides or constructing newer rides for the expansion of parks. So starting with the main portions of my project, I would like to present this table of contents to show you a brief of what's to come for this presentation. I will first include an introductory and summary of the intended topic of this presentation, while also then moving into the project method of this research project, including the utilized resources. I will then go into the history of Imperial County and the Salton Sea, in which this project will reside in. I will then go into the proposed lithium mining project, which includes current information on the proposed lithium mining project and what is to become of this project in the future. I will then go into potential health hazards that will be included with this project as well that's to come. While also touching base on current health hazards that are present within the Imperial County, more specifically in those specific regions of the intended lithium mining site. I will then also present alternatives of this project, including a no project alternative that the county themselves have also proposed to be an alternative. So starting into the thick of things, I will first be beginning with the introduction and summary of this research project and explaining the main contents of this presentation as well. First off, in this introduction, this project intends to examine lithium mining operations within the Salton Sea, mainly in the California area, and explore the potential impacts that the lithium mining may have on the surrounding communities. This will be focused on an area within the Imperial Valley near the Salton Sea known as Lithium Valley. It is called so due to its high abundance in lithium and other minerals found within the area. I will first be discussing the intended lithium mining process, then go into the potential community health impacts the upcoming project may bring, which impacts may include releases into the air and the surrounding areas will also be explored, while touching on the current health concerns within the Imperial County. But then I will also discuss current recognitions and plans of potential health concerns, while also including potential economic and community benefits for the Imperial County, because this project is not a naysay on the lithium mining project. Is more to give information on this community and the project itself. So thus, I will then continue with the methods I have used for this project as well, including resources utilized to conduct all the research for this project. So the overall process of lithium mining is to be examined first, and then we'll be exploring some potential economic benefits that the project will bring to the Imperial County, which does have a noticeable unemployment rate. I have researched that around 15.7% as of April of this year are currently unemployed, which is actually a little bit down from the 16.4% in March of this year as well. I will then consider potential health hazards that such project will create from its implementation and operation, while also utilizing documents, interviews, and emails from DTC staff, more specifically staff that reside here in the Imperial County in the Department of Imperial County CUPA, also known as the Certified Unified Program Agencies. Local news publications will also be used, and data and maps from the California Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment, also known as OEHHA, and other available online resources that know current health concerns within the Pacific region of California. So this then brings me to the very first question of the day, to test your knowledge, to see if anyone knows where Imperial County resides, just to get a brief introduction of the knowledge people have of the Imperial County.
Thank you, Cassandra. I just opened up the poll, so I'll let everyone know when we have 20 more seconds, and I'll close it out. Cassandra, I'll let you know once we start sharing results.
This is just to gain everybody's information. This is not a quiz. You won't be graded. Don't worry. They won't be scored on this. It's just to give myself a kind of information of the audience as well.
We'll be closing out in 10 more seconds. So we're getting the last of our answers trickling in. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you. And let's start sharing results.
Oh wow, okay,
So-
that's good. That's actually really good. I'm glad. Okay. Yeah. And the 61% that said it resides in Southern California, you'd be correct. What's so fun then? I mean, most of you would get an A, but some of you, I don't want to be that person that gives people Fs, all right? So yes, so the 61% of you that said it resided in the southern portion of California, you'd be right. We're located right there in the dot that I have placed on this presentation slide as well, all the way down there. All the way down here. We're a very small community. And for those of you who didn't know that this presentation would be very important to you then, because this gives recognition to the Imperial County itself. So thus, with this question, I would then like to introduce the Imperial County and the Salton Sea area in which the intended lithium mining sites will reside. So then I would first like for everyone's reference to show a small map of the Imperial County itself, also including the border between California and Mexico, as well as which where the Imperial County resides, as well as the Salton Sea area, which will be the main focus for the lithium mining project. So, as I said, within the southern portion of California lies a valley known as the Imperial Valley. So, as quoted, this intensely irrigated part of the Colorado Desert is home to the Imperial County, which is a largely agricultural land located near the Mexico and California border and consists of our 7 well-known cities, also known as Calexico, Brawley, Hopeville, El Centro, Calipatria, Imperial, and Westmoreland. We also have many unincorporated cities known as Bombay Beach, Heber, Nyland, Ocotillo, Palo Verde, Salton City, Sealy, and Winter Haven. So this county is actually the 9th largest county in California and is actually known for our vast agricultural lands that surround the cities, in which is stated to involve the production of around half of our valley's winter produce. The total population within our valley consists of 179,702 as according to the 2020 Census Bureau, which actually mostly consists of the Hispanic and Latino minority group, which in total population of 1,503 and 27. So we are a mainly Hispanic and Latino group. This valley consists of mostly of this minority group. So then giving brief information about the Salton Sea itself, the Salton Sea itself is located in this small map that I have included in the right-hand corner of this presentation. It is located near the northern Imperial counties, including Nyland, Ocotillo, and Salton City. And it was actually formed when the Colorado floodwater breached an irrigation canal back in 1905 and flowed actually into the Salton Sink area. So this was actually more of just a big sinkhole that got flooded due to Colorado River floodwater. And it's actually really concentrated in salt, with actually the salinity being currently 50% greater than that of the ocean itself. And it actually has extreme importance to local wildlife, and due to the many loss of wetlands, since we are a desert-based community, so we do suffer from a little bit of drought. So the Salton Sea does provide this importance to local wildlife, and is home to our 3 renewable sources of the Imperial County, which include solar panels, wind turbines, and the main portion of the project, geothermal sites. So this area actually these areas have extensive amount of renewable sources, including geothermal brine, wind, and solar. As the desert-based community, we get a whole lot of sun. Those who know it, we get a whole lot of sun, a whole lot of UV rays. They're like, might as well gain it for energy. So we have solar panels for that. We also have an abundant amount of wind. It does get pretty windy here a lot. That's why we have these wind turbines to collect all of these wind for energy as well. So, and we have these geothermal power plants to collect geothermal brine to create renewable energy with the geothermal brine as well, to use to power homes. But a new type of project is expected to come to the Imperial Valley to coincide with the current geothermal power plants. This will be known as the lithium mining project. So this will include the proposed lithium mining project and the current information on the lithium mining process, while also discussion of lithium mining itself, which then brings me to the next question of the day. If anybody knows about what percentage of the U.S. do you know does the U.S. Contribute to global production of lithium? Again, no grading.
Thanks, Cassandra. So again, we're just providing a minute for the poll, and then I'll let you know when we're about to close.
All right, so most people do believe that about 30% of the United States contributes to about 30% of the production of lithium, which was my initial thought too. But you'd be surprised that in actuality, the US only contributes to 1% of lithium production. Even with the abundance of lithium that has been identified in the US, we actually only contribute to 1% of that lithium production. And in quoted from a proposal from the Imperial County, 80% of the world's raw lithium is actually mined in Australia, Chile, and China, with currently China controlling more than half of the world's lithium processing and refining as well. Which then brings me into our proposed lithium mining project, which is also known as the Hell's Kitchen Power Co. 1 and Lithium Co. 1. So in June of 30th of 2022, the Governor of California, Governor Gavin Newsom, signed into law Senate Bill 125, which authorized the state to assist in developing Imperial County's lithium resource in an area that is part of the Salton Sea, known as I've stated, Lithium Valley. So as quoted, it is shocking, I know. And as quoted from him, it would provide the resources necessary to accelerate to transition to clean energy, creating new jobs and economic development in the local community, which, as I stated before, the Imperial County does suffer from unemployment rates and from the economy as well. So as such, based on the Imperial County's proposal, they want to provide opportunities for people who desire a career in lithium and rare mineral extraction, processing as such, and manufacturing, creating renewable energy and generation from geothermal, wind, and energy storage, while also improving the consistent tax base for which the county can provide government level services to its residents in many forms of its safety, infrastructure, judicial, social service, and the overall quality of life, which it includes but is not limited to recreational and cultural such arts. This will also bring about numerous economic opportunities as well with the unfortunate unemployment rate have. It will bring many employment opportunities for all. However, this can bring upon a bunch of policy issues, as they have recognized in their environmental impact report that extracting lithium is known for consuming significant amounts of water and energy, and also can cause an abundance of air pollution, in which then brings on the public opinions for the people of Imperial County too. Many have actually supported this project as well. On Facebook currently, there is a local group that advocates for several of the job opportunities and education that will be provided by the Imperial Valley College that the plants will bring. However, there are many who do fight against or do seem to have another idea in mind for the tax revenue that would come from this lithium mining project. They express the damage created to the environment that this project will cause, while also many encouraging the fixture of our roads and other infrastructure projects within the Imperial County as well. So even those who may have supported, they do recognize that the Imperial County is lagging in its infrastructure and like I said, fixture of roads and even healthcare as well. So as I stated, this lithium project will actually be utilizing the current geothermal sites that are currently near the Salton Sea as well. This is one example of a geothermal power plant known as the Hudson Ranch 1. It is located also near the Salton Sea, and I have on this phone here circled where it is located and given a close-up of the geothermal power plant itself. So then we must discuss, even though with all of these economic opportunities and employment opportunities that this can bring, we also must recognize the potential health hazards that it can cause for our community as well. But I do want to ask another question, our very last question for the day, of potential health hazards for our people as well. So
All
what
right,
do you
everyone.
guys? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I was just gonna say, again, we'll set aside a minute, but you can read it, Cassandra.
Yeah. So it's just saying, what do you think are some main health concerns that are currently being faced in the Imperial County?
And again, I'll let everyone know when we're about to close the poll. Thank you. So here are the results. It looks
Yeah,
pretty
so
tight.
it is pretty tight. Those of you that said rare cancers, you're wrong. Nah, I'm kidding. Actually, actually, all of you are right. The Imperial County does face many potential health hazards, and all of them do include asthma, heat exposure, and even cancers as well. So the even if it's just hereditary, the Imperial County itself, its environment does unfortunately produce more of these potential health hazards for the county as well. So as such, whoops, I would like to give this map provided by Cal EnviroScreen. It's an indicator of the map itself, in which the main health concern that will be talked about here is asthma, as highlighted by this map as well. You can see in the legend as well, it gives a percentile of the asthma that is currently within the Imperial County. And as you can see in the Salton Sea areas, more specifically in the regions where the current geothermal sites are and where the proposed lithium mining project, there is an abundance of people who suffer from asthma or who are susceptible to gaining asthma. So as such, with this as well, and keep in mind this map as I discuss more information about this, that there is actually an increase in demand for various public services from this project. There will be an increase of many public services that may even require the production of more facilities, including healthcare centers and community centers, to preserve the needs of current residents and even new residents, as we do have a little healthcare system. And just really quickly going back to that map, if you can see that small dot right there with the H, that's one of the nearby hospitals in those intended areas, known as the Pioneers Memorial Healthcare District. And as you can see from this map, there are actually only 107 beds in this area as well. So in terms of our population, if we were to worsen, it would be very demanding on the Pioneers health district as well, and their hospital, not to mention the El Central Regional Medical Center that you can't even see on this map because it's a little further down away. So the healthcare systems are actually a little further away from these areas, and it does take a little while for them to be able to access this healthcare. So not to mention, quickly mentioning that I actually worked with the planning department here in Imperial County, and I had a very unfortunate call with a woman whose sister house had flooded from the tropical storm we had a few years back. And due to this flooding, they unfortunately lost their house. There was significant damage to the house, deeming it to be unlivable. And unfortunately, we had to have Red Cross to come out here due to the high demands of the healthcare system as well. So not only with that, the lithium mining project can also potentially pollute the air and water, thus worsening the asthma that is already currently present and worsening in our community as well, not to mention soil erosions and other ecological damages as well. So the pollution of the air includes releases of toxic gases. So we need to have a more focus on our healthcare systems if we were to be able to implement this lithium mining project with the unfortunate little healthcare system that we already have. As such, I would like to present some potential alternatives to this project as well, with the examinations of alternatives that the county has already presented themselves as well. So the first potential alternative that I would actually like to mention includes the no project alternative that the Imperial County has proposed as well, which in terms, as the name states, would be not doing the project at all. that's what basically the alternative is. And of course, they have recognized it won't meet the objectives that they have stated with gaining more energy and being able to extract more lithium from this project as well. But in turn, continuing with the project can worsen these asthma rates as well, as people are already suffering from asthma, whether hereditary or not. They are induced by many factors within the Imperial County as well. And I actually have been able to gain the opportunity to research and do another alternative for this project as well. Maybe not a long-term solution, but more of a short-term solution, just to be able to lower the impacts to current health problems within the valley. So I have actually been able to access news articles that provided insights to a sodium ion alternative. So they have stated that sodium has actually more availability and is cost efficient and more environmentally friendly, while also having greater efficiency in batteries. So it actually is lower cost, and because lithium is found to be in abundance of our current batteries and even rechargeable batteries and electric cars as well, this will in turn cause a short-term solution, as we are already using lithium for an abundance of things throughout the US. And I believe new policy should consider sodium extractions from our rising ocean, which in turn will enforce greater policies of its cleanliness and maintain its wildlife, especially for the Salton Sea as well, due to its high abundance of sodium. We can thus maybe even create a greater source of drinking water for everybody as well, as since we are a desert-based community. So this brings upon my call to action, not just to the Imperial County itself, but also to the public of the Imperial County as well. I want them to be able to bring attention to themselves and their community, saying like, hey, we're going to be affected by this. Is there maybe something else that we can do, or any other preventive measures that we can include that won't harm us as much, because we are sacrificing the healthcare of our community for this lithium mining project. But in turn, I do recognize that the lithium mining project does bring a lot of benefits as well. Just I am really concerned with the current healthcare issues will be worsened due to this project as well. So this project was intended to bring upon the Imperial County as well, for those who were not familiar with it, and bringing action to a better and safer community for everybody. So thank you all for allowing me to be your presenter today. I want to especially thank DTSC for allowing me to be in this internship as well. And thank you to my team as well behind the scenes in case anything went wrong. Thankfully, nothing went wrong and everything went pretty smoothly. Thank you so much, and everybody else, my family as well, for the support in this. And I hope you guys were able to absorb some new knowledge about the Imperial County itself and its lithium mining project.
Thank you, Cassandra. You did a wonderful job, and there's definitely no hiccups. So really appreciate you just sharing it with us and bringing out awareness, letting some of us know where Imperial County actually is. And I do think that in terms of just a presentation, you really went into a lot of great details, and I'm really excited for the discussions we're about to have. I'm gonna start the Q&A after our last polling question. So we do have our last polling question of the day. It should be popping up. I'll let everyone know when we have about a few more seconds left. But while that's going on, I'm going to just again go over the Q&A session guidelines so that everyone's aware. So the Q&A is first going to be started by our panelists, and after we take their questions, we'll be opening it up to the audience. So the Q&A feature, it will be used to accept questions, and then those will be read during the Q&A session once it's open to the audience. If you have a verbal question, just to reiterate, we'll prompt you to raise, you can be prompted to raise your hand, and we'll open up that portion and call on you. Once we call your name, we'll unmute you and you can ask your question. For those on the phone, you can raise your hand by dialing *9. Then after your name is called, dial *6 to unmute yourself. And so we're going to close out the poll here and transition to our Q&A session. Our first panelist, we have Dr. Farouk Ahmed.
Hi, Cassandra. This is a very exciting topic, by the way. I don't know if you're familiar with the UN sustainability goals, but it sets up two sustainability goals against each other, which is one is for sustainable communities versus the other one for renewable energy. And it's a problem of scale because renewable energy, there's a high demand globally, where sustainable communities is much more of a local problem. So it's a very exciting topic. I was interested. I mean, I was really enjoyed listening to your presentation. I do have a ton of questions, but I'll try to limit myself. Um, First of all, it'd be good to understand what, how the geothermal energy process works. The geothermal brine, what is the source of that water? Is that salton sea water or is that briny groundwater? What exactly is the resource that's being exploited in the geothermal well? Because apparently the waste is what is going to be mined from for lithium rather than people setting up a new lithium recovery or mining operation. So that's one question. I'll stop at that. If there's more time, I'll ask some more.
No, yeah, of course. So yeah, with the geothermal power plant, they use something called geothermal wells, in which will coincide with the lithium mining project as well. So this power plant, it uses these turbines and these power plants to gain these using water to fill up this brine with the geothermal wells for it to be processed into our current energies, while also pushing the brine back down into the earth as well. So this comes from the
Right.
earth. And in terms of the water, this water is actually used from as well as from our lands as well. It's used from the Colorado River as well, not the Salton Sea itself, because the Salton Sea water is actually not the best water in the world currently, because it has no output for it to be filtered out. So that's which in turn includes with the high abundance of sodium that comes from the Salton Sea as well. So, but this geothermal brine is used to power a lot of homes and provide the renewable energy that the Imperial County still uses today.
Excellent. Yeah, so I mean that's the thing. The geothermal energy relies on a geothermal gradient into the ground, right? Because the temperature is higher below. So you're pumping in water and extracting it at a higher temperature and then recovering it. It works like a heat pump. So where you're trying to recover, the heat energy from or from that process. So it's got to have some sort of source of water. And I'm wondering though if the lithium mining is going to lead to more exploitation of that resource, whatever that makeup water is, in addition to whatever the waste brine that is generated in the end. So I mean that's a follow-up thing, but I'll let it go for the other panelists to ask questions.
No, of course. Thank you for your question.
So our next panelist, we have Robert Krug. I'll hand it off to you.
Hi, I found a great presentation. The thing I like most is that you're showing the plus and the minus of the project and the importance to the county and the people, because it is a poor community and there are health issues, big health issues with the winds and the blowing of the Salton Sea, dried up Salton Sea dust in surrounding area, dunes and dirt and farming. So it's really good to show both the positives and negatives of these type of projects. So good job on that. I also live in Imperial Valley here, so aware of the issues. So it's just good. The process, these geothermal power plants have injection or wells that go down in the ground and bring up the hot water underneath in the aquifers, and then they create the steam that generates the generators. And then, like you said, injected down into the ground. So most of the lithium is going to be coming out of these wells. So, but yeah, I really like the way you showed the health impacts and also explaining the how the county and the people need the jobs and the money because of the lack of infrastructure here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, thank you for your comments. This is a really big personal project for me since I do reside in Imperial County as well.
And thank you, Bob, for sharing more insight. I think our next panelist, I have Alyssa. I'll let you go next.
Thank you so much for such an interesting talk. I know absolutely nothing about this subject, so this has been really, really interesting and insightful. This kind of actually builds off of the first question a little bit. So it sounds like the project would be kind of taking advantage of the fact that these power plants are already there, and then mining the lithium from there. So I was curious in terms of the concerns, like having that additional step or steps involved for extracting out the lithium. I'm not really sure how that process fully works. Or would that involve additional hazards outside of lithium? Like, would there be additional machinery involved or chemicals involved? Like, how does that process work? And how would that would it contribute more than just the plant itself in terms of concerns? Is it just the lithium that's a concern that's getting in the air, or are there other things that are going to be contributing as well?
So yeah, there would be actually other contributions to the health concerns as well. As I have read with proposals, they do recognize that even with just the constructions for more processing of this lithium as well, there be an abundance of dust, because as I've stated, we are a desert-based community. There be an abundance of dust released into the air as well. This contributes to the asthma as well. And so even this along with the even with the like the pesticides that we have in the county as well for our crops as well, they will both be contributing along with the wind to push more an abundance more of asthma concerns within the county as well. So even just with the production of the project itself, dust is a concern that I have researched as well, and they do plan to utilize water to water down the roadways to prevent this abundance of dust. But even then, we are consuming more and more water to be used that is already being used for the current geothermal plants and even our agricultural land as well. So these are all just reports that are currently going on. The power plants themselves do not include lithium mining just yet. It's still being processed. It's still good planning to be constructed. So these are currently what is being reported from research. Once the geothermal plants does include the lithium mining process, then we'll get a better aspect of what else will happen from these geothermal plants as well that would contribute to the current health concerns.
Thank you so much.
Yes, of course. Thank you for your question.
Thank you, Alyssa. And so we have our last panelist, Tracy. I'm gonna hand it over to you.
Great presentation, Cassandra. I also used to work in Imperial County and can echo a lot of the feedback that Bob gave earlier today. So just tremendous work in raising the level of awareness and in regards to the lithium mining project there in Imperial County. One of the things that I kind of wanted to see is you mentioned the Enviro storage stream map in your presentation. Is that map publicly available? And how can residences and individuals go in to find that information?
Yes, of course. Yeah, this map is readily available to the public as well, which brings on a greater impact for how the community can outreach to say, hey, we need more attention to these health concerns as well. Yes, thank you, Vivian, for them that link as well. That link can be accessed to a bunch of maps here in Imperial County, but not just solely based in Imperial County. You can look at other places that suffer from these pollution characteristics as stated in the left side of this map as well. So not just only asthma, I know asthma was one of the main portions of this project, but you can also look at cardiovascular diseases, education, housing burdens, even the poverty itself for this area as well. So yes, this map is readily available to the public as well. And you feel free to do research, even email me with questions if you want more insight into these maps as well. I will give information as best as I can.
Thank you, Cassandra. And again, the link is in the chat at our partnering sister department is OEHA. So the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment also uses CalEnviroscreen. And so again, it is a very cool tool. So feel free to check it out. I'm going to move on to, again, to our panelist, Dr. Farouk Ahmed.
Hi, Cassandra. A couple more notes here. I don't know if you know, but lithium is sort of on the US EPA radar as an emerging contaminant. So the reporting limit for it is around 9 micrograms per liter. So the UCMR sets, limits or sort of collects data on toxicity and other issues. I think Dr. Handley can speak to it more. But certainly it's one of the emerging contaminants. Is one of the things we look at. I'm part of the emerging contaminants committee for the ITRC. So just keep that in mind, as well as the CalEnviroscreen score. There are other metrics to look at as well.
Oh no, yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you for the insight. I will definitely keep that in mind.
We're going to open it up to the audience. I see a few hands up in our panelists. So I'm going to go first to Diana Phelps. We'll be unmuting you. Diana?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm Diana Phelps from the Safe Consumer Products, more precisely Communications and EJ unit. And I actually work for the tribes, Paiute tribe in Bishop before I joined the state. So I really have an interest on this in the tribes. And I was wondering, you do mention you work with, you looked into the EnviroStream data. Have you had a chance to look at the racecounts.org, or are you familiar with that website? If not, that's a great website.
Yeah.
I should let you talk.
No, it's all right. It's all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually have heard about it, and I've actually briefly seen it as well, which helped me indicate the population for the Imperial County as well. I did notice that there were some tribal lands near those areas
Yeah.
as well. I can't pinpoint which ones, but I know there were some in there.
Yeah. So the nice thing about the site, it has the environmental indicators, the different, and asthma is one of them. It shows the asthma map. I mean, the races, and it shows as the Native America being the largest community exposed to that. So I thought, I was just curious if you had had a chance to look, because it shows the disparity, and if it was really interesting. I also know that Imperial County is high temperatures, right?
Yes.
Which, it's also an asthma thing, because I'm originally from Brazil, and I always had asthma back home, because of the ozone layer. But anyways, that's another issue, right? And it's very interesting. I mean, I can talk forever, but I'll let other people ask questions. I'll contact you with more. But I was just kind of looking to the Indian, aspect, the tribes, the Indian reservations, the proximity. If you had looked into that. I mean, I know you have a lot to do already, and I can go forever on this, but I was just wondering, because that's a really great site. I think it's great that you actually looked at it. Thank you.
No, yeah, thank you. Yeah, there's definitely more that can be done. More can be said about this than just what I have presented.
Oh yeah, we
but
can go on.
I know,
Right,
I
the
can go
thesis
on for
that.
hours.
Great job, great presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. We actually have a related question in the Q&A chat, whether or not, Cassandra, if you looked into tribal impacts. So I feel like we've answered that. And also in terms of just what you reported out, that there is an EIR that people can refer to. A part of EIRs, I'll explain, so I don't want to talk in acronyms here, an environmental impact report. That's a part of the CEQA process. So notifying constituents and stakeholders is a part of that process. We're not actually quite sure how many tribes have been reached out to, or if they're still in that process. So that's something that you can follow up with Imperial County on their website. We can share a link to that in a bit. The last question in the Q&A we have from Kimberly Hazard. For sodium mining from the Salton Sea, did you consider the implications of Salton Sea as an important wetlands habitat for birds? And this is for you, Cassandra. Let me know if you need me to repeat it.
Okay, no, of course. So yeah, yes, I actually did consider it as well with my research with the Salton Sea as well. I did notice that it is an important wetland habitat for birds since we are a desert-based community. The wetlands that we have here are not immediately readily available for a lot of the a lot of birds, as is stated in the question as well, and other factors as well. So yes, that's why I'm saying is more of the sodium mining. It should be kind of a slight consideration because even with it is an important wetland for birds, it is also can be damaging to other ecosystems as well. One of the main ones that has been actually attributed that's famous that I've even considered as a sophomore in high school was how we were shown that a lot of fish end up being deceased up on the beaches of Salton Sea as well due to the drying of the Salton Sea as well, and the not so good water that the Salton Sea does produce due to the high amounts of sodium as well. But yes, I do recognize that is an important habitat for other wildlife as well too. So that's why it's kind of a toss up to see like how we can use this alternative. That's why maybe we can also consider the ocean as well as part of this alternative to sodium ion as well.
Just wanted to make an announcement that our Q&A session, that's all the time we have for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. And thank you, Cassandra. That was such a wonderful discussion. And I appreciate everyone for participating, and thank you to those who were able to ask such interesting questions. Cassandra, you did a great job. Moving on to our next presenter, or I should say our speaker, I'm going to actually hand it off to Tracy so she can present our closing talk for the day. Tracy?
Hello again, everyone. I get the pleasure of introducing our next keynote speaker. I have the pleasure of introducing Serlene Grant, who serves as the California Department of Toxic Substance Control, Office of Environmental Equity, Deputy Director. Serlene has dedicated her life and career to the service of communities across the San Francisco Bay Area, building broad coalitions around housing, infrastructure, and environmental justice initiatives. She served as the first non-white member of the San Leandro City Council and has worked to bring equity and major projects across the Bay, most recently as a consultant to the Bay Area Rapid Transit, Alameda County, and the City of Oakland. Serlene honed her leadership skills early and under pressure, managing communications and public information for the City of Oakland during the response and recovery of the 1989 Loma Prieta earthquake and 1991 Oakland Hills firestorm. Also working to involve underserved populations in public works and transportation matters affecting their lives and neighborhoods. Serlene currently serves as the director of the Eden Township Health District, a community-created government entity that provides health education and prevention services in Alameda County. Serlene earned her master's degree in management from John F. Kennedy University in Orinda, California, and a bachelor's degree in journalism from Northwestern University in Evanston, Illinois. Please join us in welcoming Serlene Grant.
Thank you, Tracy. I don't know if I'm on. Oh, okay, I guess I'm on now. Well, you told my whole life story. I wasn't expecting such an elaborate introduction, but thank you. Good morning, everyone. It is indeed my joy and honor to be addressing you all today. This is quite some program that the team and many of you contributed to, and the students, and it's just very insightful, and I really appreciate all the work. So as we come to the close of our two-day research symposium, Of course, I want to express my gratitude to everyone who participated. As I said, all the hard work that went into this to make for such vibrant discussions and presentations and learning opportunities. It was great. I learned a lot from the students. We've had the privilege of hearing from the interns who've conducted research on environmental science and advocacy, and we've heard their presentations cover a diverse range of topics, include showcasing the breadth and depth of their talents and their interests and also their talent within our department with working with some of the mentors and leaders there. It was stated earlier when we kicked off the symposium that DTSC has been actively involved with the Cleanup in Vulnerable Communities Initiative, CVCI, which came about to address environmental injustices in communities throughout California. And through CVCI, we're not only conducting research, but also advocating for solutions that prioritize the needs of vulnerable communities, ensuring that these communities have access to clean and healthy environments and a voice at the table. The presentations we've heard have underscored the growing importance of environmental science and advocacy in addressing pressing challenges facing our planet, facing our community, and facing our state. You know, we can think globally and we can act locally, as the saying goes. This work is very important that we're doing, and this internship is important. It's not news to some of you, but just in case you don't know, the history of development and land use in California, housing availability, economics, often places the uses that ultimately pollute and contaminate and otherwise compromise our environment adjacent to the communities with the least resources. And how we change the environmental injustice that this creates to one of indeed justice is with education and involvement of people from these very same communities. This is what we've done here with this program. We need people to become more involved with scientific research and on-the-ground advocacy with invention and government participation and leadership. It's crucial to recognize the importance of creating opportunities for these communities that have historically been marginalized and disproportionately affected by environmental injustice and degradation. By engaging in communities like in initiatives like CVCI, we are working to fight against these historical challenges, change what has been done, and empower communities to advocate for their own well-being. This program, the CVCI Student Internship Program, provided additional exposure to the kinds of careers and opportunities that people can enter into to help improve the conditions in their own communities. These presentations that we've heard have underscored the growing importance of environmental science and advocacy in addressing pressing challenges that are facing our planet. I am so proud of all the work that everyone has done. To the students, thank you for stepping up and doing something different, giving the best of yourselves and sharing it with us. I wish you all the best in your future endeavors. I want to extend my heartfelt appreciation to the department staff who have served as panelists and have participated in Q&A sessions. I want to thank the staff and others who served as role models and mentors. Your expertise and insight have enriched our discussions and inspired us all. Additionally, I'd like to commend the incredible work of the CVCI program staff. You've worked tirelessly, you've gotten up early, you stayed up late to organize and achieve and it shows in the success of this event. Your dedication to environmental justice is truly commendable. In closing, let me just say, let us carry forward this momentum that was created today from this program and the passion that we shared from this symposium as we continue our efforts to create a more sustainable and equitable future for all. As we attempt to indeed bring just and equitable policies and programs to our communities and to our work. Thank you again to everyone who's been part of bringing today's program into fruition and being part of this journey to continue the work that we do with DTSC. Thank you all.
Thank you, Serlene. That was just such a wonderful and heartfelt speech. We really appreciate you taking the time to join us today. And again, I'd like to echo what you said about appreciating all the hard work and efforts all of our staff have really put in, especially our student interns. You all did a wonderful job, and we couldn't have been a success without everyone's help. So I do want to kind of share resources, and I'll kind of hand that off to Denise, if you wouldn't mind kind of providing us some DTSC resources along with some workforce development ones.
Thank you, Kit. Hi, I'm Denise One, and I'm a public participation specialist here at Cleanup in Vulnerable Communities. And I would like to do a little show and tell. I know that most folks know that we have landing pages, but it's a lot easier just to kind of do a walk along with this. Well, many folks who are attending are staff at DTSC, but for those who aren't and are members of the public, Cleanup in Vulnerable Communities is housed under Office of Environmental Equity here at DTSC. I'm going to do a share and show you what we have available in our resources. We'll soon be sharing a link for our LinkedIn page. This is our general DTSC LinkedIn page. If people are curious about when our next cohort of interns is going to kick off, we will announce that on our social media pages. Here with LinkedIn, we'll click on this, and since you can get a glimpse of who some of our student interns are, and you can like us. You can also follow some of our student interns as well. Next, I'd like to show you our landing page here at Cleanup in Vulnerable Communities. We are a program within Office of Environmental Equity, and we are partnered with Site Mitigation and Restoration. Our workforce development page, landing page here, will give you information about workforce development. Our program offers environmental and education and training to community members in California's vulnerable communities. And our goal is to help folks gain pathways to environmental jobs and stable careers. In addition to our social media pages, you can find our upcoming events here. And if you'd like to learn some more about our student interns, we do have student intern spotlight. At Office of Environmental Equity, we place a huge emphasis on receiving public input. So when you come and visit our page, we would love for you to complete our survey. If we are interested in hearing about what kind of barriers exist in your community for employment, what kind of environmental concerns there are, and what some of the strengths in your community are. We have an engagement map here. When you click that, it will show you which schools our student interns attend. You can zoom in and zoom out. And also, we'd like to highlight our career development resources pages. If you know of anyone who would like to get a job with the state of California, this link here will tell you which types of positions with the state you can apply for based upon the degree that you have. You have a bachelor's, 3-year degree from a community college, and a graduate and a high school diploma. Next here, we have how to get a job with the state. The CDD page offers plenty of job fairs and workshops to help you navigate what can often be a really complicated process. And lastly, we have what kind of jobs you can get at DTSC with certain degrees in life sciences, physical science, social scientists, and life sciences. And we also have administrative positions here at DTSC. So we highly encourage anyone with any interest in working for a state service to check out these career development resources. Please come and check out our page if you'd like to see when we will be putting when applications are due for the next student internship cohort. And I'd like to also bring our attention to our mentorship program here at DTSC. I will be showing a video that shares the experiences of our mentors, because our student internship program wouldn't be possible without them. And we're proud to promote a culture of mentorship and coaching here at DTSC. as it really embodies the spirit of growth and service. This is a short video.
All my mentees have really worked hard on their research, and being able to read and provide comments on their papers has taught me a lot. My mentees worked really hard and they wrote these amazing, really detailed, thorough research papers. And for example, the research paper about bioremediation, I feel like learning about that technique and microbial fuel cells and all these concepts that I wasn't familiar with, I'm really excited to see if I can bring some of that research into my work in pollution remediation. And one of the other papers my mentees wrote was about the connection between environmental justice and incarceration. And I feel like those lessons about environmental justice, I'm really excited to try and incorporate into my day-to-day work. My background is very much environmental science, but I have mentees who have studied public health. I have mentees who have studied computer science. And so we all kind of bring a different, unique skill set to DTSC, but we really, I feel like, come together with having that same passion for environmental protection. It was really interesting seeing mentees who studied topics that seemed very unrelated to environmental science bring like a very unique perspective to their, research and their work here. And it was really cool seeing how people of all different skill sets, with all different work histories and backgrounds, could all come together and like care about the environment.
And I'm really grateful that this was my first mentorship experience in my career. It's been rewarding to be able to work with Cassandra, my mentee, and to see all the work that she's been putting into her projects and career goals, because that's been motivating for myself. So I learned pretty early on that our time together, our mentorship time together, was more valuable when I took some time to reflect and think about what things we were going to discuss during our time. And I'm really grateful to Cassandra for learning alongside with me as she worked on her project. I was also learning how to provide more meaningful feedback that would be useful to her. One of the main similarities between us was that we're both committed to serving the communities that we're a part of. As part of CVCI, the Cleanup in Vulnerable Communities Initiative, I get to work on projects all throughout Los Angeles. And I know Cassandra's project really focused on the community that was close to her. The mentee backgrounds were, again, very diverse. And it was really interesting to see how each mentee was able to highlight and emphasize the communities that they worked in and that were important to them.
This is my first professional opportunity. Having a chance to mentor someone, just having that opportunity to reflect and then to provide, advice was a good opportunity for myself on how to be an effective mentor, how to be helpful in someone else's career and their own journey and path as well. I had two mentees. I had Yuli and Chandu as well. I thought that they both did a great job of taking our feedback, just receiving materials on something you don't know that much about, that someone has worked on a lot, and then trying to review that and provide productive feedback. That's something I think I'll take into my work in general.
The mentees did a good job of asking questions and wanting information. So I think that I'll try to take some of their energy and that approach into my daily work life again. I think as a mentor, I have found that the best thing is just to be real. I think sometimes you can take on this air of being like, oh, I'm a mentor, I should be saying these specific things or guiding or helping to help the mentees think in a certain way. But in reality, like, we're all humans. We've all had very different experiences that have molded us into who we are. And I think that just sharing your own life experiences helps you connect with the mentees better. We all, care about the environment, environmental justice issues, helping communities in the state. So I think having that background and just that interest to help make the world a better place, as cheesy as it sounds, I think is something that we could all relate to. I forgot how many months it was, but since it was like that extent of time, it allows for those relationships to grow. Because I feel like you have to also get comfortable with people, because there's certain things you might not just share with each other right off the bat. So I was really thankful because Josh and Jules are just both really amazing humans doing a lot of really good stuff now, and I feel like their futures are really bright. So it's just like fun to be able to get to know them, and look forward to seeing where they go in their careers and in their life.
Yes, I just wanted to emphasize just how important the mentorship program was. I've just been seeing so much growth on both sides, both for mentees and mentors, to be the third party in all this. So I'm just going to hand this back off to Kit for the wrap up.
Thank you, Denise. Thank you so much. And also thank you to the Office of Communications at DTSC for putting this video together for us. And for the mentors, again, for sharing your experiences and being able to just provide a little quick video for our interns here. I just wanted to kind of provide some closing talking points. I want to thank you all again for attending the Cleanup and Vulnerable Community Initiatives Student Research Symposium. It has been a pleasure to facilitate this today, and it's been amazing just having the opportunity to showcase our interns and view their presentations on food system policies in the Central Valley, and even the environmental and public health implications of lithium mining in the Salton Sea region today. So for those who couldn't join us yesterday, we did explore impacts from PCE, chromium, and other emerging concerns like microplastics. Overall, our interns have done a fabulous job with discussions over the last 2 days, exploring environmental impacts and critical issues facing our vulnerable communities. So I just, again, want to implore all of you to take away the importance of these topics, how to stay informed on these issues, and things you can do to get involved in your communities. So we're just looking forward to, again, having you all stay engaged with us. I am going to be providing some of those same resources that Denise had shared with you all on my screen here. And if you would like to contact us or have any follow-up questions regarding any prompts or any questions for the students, you can always email us here at Workforce Development. And I'm also going to say that our links that were shared by Denise are going to be in the chat as well. But thank you all again, and we'll be wrapping up early today, so I will give you your time back. I really appreciate your time, and I hope you all have a great weekend. Thank you.